going to zoom.us/join or call 1-669-900-9128. The meeting ID is 978-4219-1797. And all of this information is also on the agenda.
And Madam City Clerk, would you be kind enough as to call the roll, please?
Mayor Jung,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker,
Here.
Councilmember Silva,
Here.
Councilmember Zara,
Here.
and Councilmember Dunlap is not yet present.
We'll now hear public comment on closed session items. For those wishing to speak on this on any of these items, please via Zoom raise your hand or press star 9 on your telephone.
We have no Zoom attendees at this moment.
Very good. Then we will recess to closed session. Thank you very much. Those in our audience here to present, we have 2 study session items this evening. Just as a matter of courtesy to those that are here and in the interest of time, I do want to advise our council members that if you have questions, please feel free to vocalize them. What I would like is for us to further investigate these matters accordingly as we're moving forward in the coming weeks, and the staff can come back with answers accordingly unless you have a direct question to the presenter. So if we can follow that along, because we do have 2 important presentations that study session items that we have to get through this evening, that would be consistent and great. Prior to that, though, I do want to take a brief moment. We did not have an early January meeting this year, and January 13th is Korean American Day. It honors the contributions of the Korean American community to the U.S. and commemorates the arrival of the first Korean American immigrants on U.S. soil on January 13th, 1903. In 2005, the U.S. Senate and the House unanimously recognized this, and we're going to do so today. I have representatives from the Korean Federation of Orange County that are here, Mr. Myung-seo and Mr. Steve Kwan, that will accept this proclamation on behalf of our city, as well as a proclamation from Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk's office as well. If I could say a brief word about this, this recognizes that we as a people are greater than the sum of our parts, and I think we have to be mindful and recognize that and appreciate that. So if I can have council members join me down on the floor and we can present this proclamation accordingly, I'd certainly be grateful.
Recent dedication of the Korean War Memorial here in our city of Fullerton, I called attention to the fact that when I was looking at statistics of mid-sized cities throughout the entire United States, Fullerton has the largest number of Korean American citizens of Korean American ancestry. And so it's very important that we pay tribute to this group.
Okay. Thank you so much. I very appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you for that to my fellow council members, to our Mayor Pro Tem as well. Before we begin the study session, if we can get public comment on any of the 2 matters, Madam City Clerk, do we have any members of the public that wish to comment?
I will give the attendees of Zoom just a second to raise their hand if they'd like to make public comments on study session items.
Could you identify those study session items?
That would be for the OCFA presentation, which I don't have the title right in front of me, so I'm not quite getting it accurate. Orange County Fire Authority proposal and the pension obligation bonds overview. And we do have one hand raised. And Jane Rands, you should be okay to unmute.
Yes, thank you, Lucinda. It's just a process question. I was wondering, is there going to be an opportunity for the public to ask questions after the study session presentation items? Thanks.
And we have one more from caller with number ending in 4686. You should be able to unmute.
Yep, I think I'm on.
There you are.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, distinguished council members. My name is J.J. Everett. I'm the Vice President of the Fullerton Firefighters, Local 3421. Tonight, just wanted to touch a few things. This is the first step in bringing stability to the fire services that are provided to this community. As your firefighters, all we ask of this council is to see this process through to the end, be involved, reach out to surrounding cities like Buena Park, Yorba Linda, and Garden Grove, the most recent to join the OCFA. Ask them their opinion on the services provided by the Orange County Fire Authority. You know, feel free to take a tour of the authority's facilities and see what the differences are between our two agencies. This community deserves to know that every one of you did your due diligence to ensure the best decision was made on their behalf. Public safety has been talked about as a top priority by this entire council, and now it's time to show us all that you are true to your word. Thank you for your time.
Madam City Clerk, any other public comments?
One more hand just came up. Caller with number ending 4892. You should be able to unmute.
Good evening. This is Dan Lancaster, President of Fullerton Firefighters Association. First off, I'd like to thank Mayor Jung and our city leadership for facilitating tonight's presentation from the Fire Authority. It's a big step towards a brighter future for our fire service in the city of Fullerton. Tonight, your firefighters hope this council will make a recommendation to staff to move forward with a true side-by-side comparison of the Orange County Fire Authority and what the cost will be to properly staff and fund the fire department. This community needs to see a decision by this council that puts the quality of public safety above all other matters. Your fire department is struggling right now, and we don't have long until more firefighters are lost to surrounding agencies. We need your help to get back on track to better serve this community. Thank you for your time.
And there are no more speakers.
Very well. If we can have the presenter come up and begin the presentation, I'd certainly be grateful.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Brian Fennessy, and I'm the Fire Chief for the Orange County Fire Authority. I won't be making the formal presentation, but before we do, I wanted to introduce my staff and offer you a couple opening comments. With me tonight are most all of my executive command staff. To my left is Deputy Chief Ken Dossie. He's in charge of our Emergency Operations Bureau. Basically, everything that is operational falls under Chief Dossie's role. There she is. Chief Lori Zeller, she's another deputy chief. She's responsible for all that is admin, business, and support services. Front row here is Assistant Chief Jim Ruane. He's our logistics chief. Our fire marshal, Assistant Chief Lori Smith. Behind Jim Ruane is Assistant Chief Robert Cortez. He's our business services chief. Next to him is Stephanie Holloman. She is our Director of Human Resources, also an assistant chief. Our EMS Assistant Chief, Randy Black, and my Field Operations Assistant Chief, Phil Johnson. I've got, there he is. Mike Petro is the local division chief, and you'll get to meet, if you haven't already, Rob Capabianco here momentarily. I just want to offer a couple comments. First off, I want to thank you for the invitation to present. It's not lost on me how difficult this is. When we present and when we're talking with your firefighters and other city staff, we do so with humility and respect. We all understand this is not a situation I think anybody foresaw or would have liked to have happened. I think of the thousands, literally the thousands of firefighters that worked for the city of Fullerton over decades, and how difficult this must be for them to watch. So when we present, and we do have a compelling presentation that we think will offer enhanced services and lower cost, again, it's with humility and an understanding that this is a difficult time for the city of Fullerton and its fire department. Again, one of the things that's clear, at least to me, having worked prior to coming here to OCFA about 4 years ago, is local control versus regionalization. I worked for a large city where we had local control. There were advantages to having that. But what I will offer is that it wasn't any less expensive or more economic. Without question, regionalization brings reduced cost, increased effectiveness, and a depth of resource. And I think you're going to hear that tonight. So I extend my hand to each of you. If after the session, at some point between now and decision time, I'm available 7/24 and can meet you individually back here as a group. But again, thank you for this opportunity to present. And with that, I'll introduce Division Chief Rob Capabianco. Rob?
Thank you, Chief. Mayor Young, distinguished council members, my name is Rob Capabianco. I'm Division Chief with Orange County Fire, and I've been working for the last 6 to 7 months putting together this fire service proposal. I've worked closely with your fire department to gather as accurate data as I could to develop our fire service proposal. And the first thing I want to do is I want to compliment Chief Lozier on the professionalism and the caliber of the individuals that you have working for you in this city. I was impressed and enjoyed my interactions over the past 6 months, and I truly commend you on the agency and the fire department you have working for you. I'm going to walk you through our proposal over the next set of slides to kind of point some stuff out, and it's a high-level, I think, overview of the proposal that you've all seen. A little bit about the history and how we got to the point where we're at. OCFA received a written request on March 3rd from Fullerton City Manager Domer, which started our process. We brought that request to our board of directors on March 25th, of which they approved staff to move forward in putting together a fire service proposal to bring back to them for review and approval once again. April 13th, we met with City Manager Domer, Chief Lozier, and members of his command staff to kick things off and get things moving and decide who was going to be working and how we were going to work together. Our proposal was completed. October 28th, we brought it back to the OCFA Board of Directors, where it was approved and gave us approval to come and present it to your city manager, which was Steve Danley at the time. As we've gone through this process, you'll see that we've done the process quite a few times, and we continue to better our process, of which our last one that we did was with the city of Garden Grove. They came to us back in 2017, and we did a similar process and went through it with their city. A little bit about the OCFA. OCFA comes to you extremely fiscally strong organization. We serve 23 cities. Very diverse cities, from Seal Beach down to San Clemente to Yorba Linda and Buena Park. And we also service the unincorporated areas of Orange County. Almost 2 million residents and 587 square miles. The way that we divide that up, and Chief Fennessy mentioned a little bit about local control and how we divide up such a large fire department. We've divided ourselves up into 7 geographical divisions. I, for instance, work in Division 3, which is down south. We have our local division chief, Chief Mike Petro, who works in Division 7, which is up here. His office is in Buena Park. We have 2 administrative divisions. One oversees our own dispatch that we have, and the other is our special operations, which is air operations, USAR, dozers, hand crew, fire investigations. We have 11 battalions. Number 11 was created when Garden Grove came across in 2019. And as you see in our proposal, we'll talk about what we propose for the city of Fullerton, which would create our 12th division, or a battalion, sorry. That's based on call volume. That's based on the number of stations and supervision, span of control. Currently, we have 77 fire stations. When you look at where Fullerton lies and our regional way of doing our business, Fullerton would fall under Division 7. That's why I've asked Chief Petro to come here today to give you a face of who your local fire chief would be. Division 7 is in Buena Park, La Palma, Cypress, and and Stanton. So once again, the office is in Buena Park, and that's who your local fire chief becomes. A little bit about what a map looks like of the OCFA. OCFA is the blue shaded area. Once again, 77 fire stations. And then if you look in the top, it shows where Fullerton is. And why that's important is it shows that regional concept and where Fullerton would fall into between Buena Park and Yorba Linda on the east side. Local control, local representation. The OCFA does a little bit differently than a lot of the large and county fire departments. We maximize regionalization, the sharing of resources, yet we still enable some local representation. Where Chief Fennessy reports directly to our board of directors, which is made up of 25 individuals, 1 from our 23 cities and 2 from our county board supervisors. The Fullerton itself, if this moves forward, Fullerton would be allowed to have a representative. It's appointed by you, the city council, who the representative is on our board of supervisors. Additional involvement with OCFA's government. Executive committee. Our executive committee is made up of 9 of our board members. The executive committee, they conduct most of our routine business except for policy issues and other matters that are retained by our board. We have 2 subcommittees, our Budget and Finance Committee and our Human Resources Subcommittee. Those, once again, are represented by members of our cities, member cities, to advise our executive management, advise our fire chief, and also give recommendations to our Board of Supervisors as our policy decisions come up. 2 other things at the bottom, you'll see there are city managers. We really rely on our relationship with our city managers and the collaboration that can be built with that. The direction and the advisory source that city managers can give us. Quarterly, we meet with our TAC, we call it, Technical Advisory Committee, and then we have our Budget and Finance Committee, made up of our city managers, to give us direction, advice, and usually we run our policy by them prior to coming to our board of directors. Our city membership. We have 2 different types of membership in our OCFA. Originally, we had our 16 Structural Fire Fund members. Those 16 did not have their own fire departments. Originally, their service was either through the county or through the state. As the OCFA grew, we added cash contract cities. Fullerton would become a cash contract city. Our cash contract cities are funded through the cities themselves, as compared to our structural fire fund cities are funded solely through property taxes that go directly to the OCFA. Our cash contract cities had their own fire departments and transitioned to the OCFA, and we developed those contract costs based on the cost for truck and engine costs. And I'll go into that a little bit longer. Some of the benefits that came up in our time in talking to your fire chief and going through what we see some of the challenges. We do believe there's significant cost savings for the city of Fullerton. We at the OCFA did not go through an actual audit of the city budget, and we strongly believe that nobody knows your budget and your city workings better than your city staff. So to get that accurate determination of what the actual savings will be, is going to be some follow-up work with your city staff, of which we in the past have worked side by side with your city, helping them through the process to truly determine what those cost savings can be. The other big thing is our proposal has an increase in paramedic response capabilities. And I'll show you some maps further on, but right now you have 5 paramedic units in the city of Fullerton. In our proposal, we recommend 6, and we'll convert your truck 6 to a paramedic unit, and I'll get into that a little bit deeper. Recruitment, training, employee retention. The OCFA has a robust approach to recruitment with a highlight on diversity in the workplace. Sole responsibility for hiring, training, promotions, labor negotiations becomes that of the OCFA. We take that off of your shoulders. Our command staff with local representation. We have a command staff that's in place that we can expand so that day one we can represent not only administratively, but our emergency command and control response 24 hours a day. Our vehicle rotation and replacement planning. What we can do is we plan ahead. We have built into our contract costs for vehicle rotation, vehicle replacement. And those surprise approaches of vehicle purchasing go away. And that's all part of your contract. And with the next slide, I'll get into a little bit of the use of emergency and non-emergency resources that the OCFA offers. Here's a list, although it's not complete, and I'm not going to talk about each one of them, but I do want to point out a few, because these are the few that I think the OCFA and that regionalization can offer that's difficult with any smaller city or single city. Our air operations. As you well know, our air operations, we're the only agency in Orange County that has an air operations, both firefighting as well as remote rescue capabilities. And we're stationed here in the city of Fullerton at your airport. Urban search and rescue. We're surrounded here in Fullerton. We have a technical rescue truck, so it's a truck with increased staff training, increased equipment. We have one in Buena Park. We have one in Yorba Linda. And that regional response for those units. We're also one of 28 federal-funded FEMA task forces, and we are one of those 28. And you'll see not only national response, but what's most important is it's a resource for local response. Our fire investigators, we have a dedicated fire investigation section with 10 individuals, 2 fire investigators on 24 hours a day. And then what's important is that we work with our city police departments and law enforcement for that criminal follow-up piece. And so we have investigators that do nothing but the criminal follow-up as well and work with local law enforcement. Our wildland operations is thought of as one of the biggest threats here in Orange County. I've mentioned our air operations, but we have dozers and hand crew to a wildland pre-fire management program in our fire prevention community risk reduction that addresses the concerns and the threats in our wildland urban interface. Our proposal would create a new field inspection office at your Station 1, which would be replacing your current fire prevention, with another fire prevention office located at your fire station. There's a short 2-minute video that I'd like to show you that kind of, I guess, gives some video and some, we have some volume. No? Let's try it one more time. You guys want me to sing along with it? But this gives you a little bit of an idea of some of those resources that I was talking about. Okay. So on the map there, you see the city of Fullerton. You currently have 6 fire stations that are identified on the map. Our proposal would keep all 6 fire stations open, fully operating with the same number of personnel working out of each fire station. The cost. So what I can do is I can show you exact numbers on what our cost is. I can make some estimates on what the next few years look like, and then we'll talk about some of the Fullerton numbers towards the bottom. This table demonstrates the possible increase in service over a 4-year period. What these costs do, they exclude is some one-time startup costs that we'll talk about, and also the city's unfunded liability that has been accrued up to this point would stay with the city. So that is not part of these numbers. You'll notice that, so let me start with the top, $21,509,000. That's the cost for the OCFA contract. That's all inclusive. That's a full service fire department, and that includes everything that we've talked about so far, including vehicle replacement and station maintenance, and then the cost of the individuals and benefits and salaries. That's an exact number that we were able to come up with. We use our truck and engine calculation to come up with that, and then it also brings in support services and administration. For instance, your portion of the fire chief and a division chief and fire prevention, and it includes everything. If you look from left to right, it shows a 4.5% increase in the second row that goes across. The reason we use 4.5 is because we cap out our increases, our annual increases at 4.5%. So what we've done is we've used that number to show the maximum amount that OCFA's contract would be over the next 4 years. Our 10-year average shows an increase of 3.33% historically. Then you look at the third row down, the $27,307,000. That's a number that we've gotten on open source through your initially published and approved budget for the fire department. You look at the number below that, 8.26. I'll explain where we came up with that. And these are where the estimates come in. And so when I spoke earlier about the need for city staff to really help us work on these numbers, these are estimates, these are approximations. But that 8.26% was an increase that we did when we looked at the 2020-21 budget cycle versus what you have for your budget for the fire department this year. It showed an 8.26% increase. Then what we did, if you look as it goes to the right, 6.87% increases. We were unable to get expected increases or predicted increases. And so what we did was we went back over the last 7 years. I think we went back to 2015-16 budget. And each year we went and looked at the increase from open source public documents on what the increase was for the fire department budget. We saw an average over those 7 years of 6.87%. So once again, that's an estimate that we were able to get just by going online. If you run through those numbers, it comes up with a four-year savings of $28,986,000. We talked about our startup costs. In order for the OCFA to provide service, there are a number of items that must be purchased to integrate the Fullerton Fire Department into the OCFA. The costs illustrated in the table on the right are startup costs necessary to allow OCFA to begin servicing the city of Fullerton. It should be noted that the cost can be amortized over 7 years to lighten the financial burden or impact to the city. But if you look at those numbers, that's going through, for instance, uniforms, patches, stickers on the side of fire engines, radios, changing the locks, signage, EMS gear and equipment, moving through on those. So those are we have a much more detailed breakdown of what those costs are, but the 1.591 million is that startup cost that can be amortized out. Current deployment versus the deployment that our recommendation is. You'll see that a lot of it is very similar. The top row is what you currently have here in the city of Fullerton. You have 5 paramedic engines, your battalion chief works out of Station 1, and at Station 6, you have a BLS truck. So your paramedic engines have 2 paramedics with paramedic gear on it. And then your BLS truck is basic life support firefighters. Daily staffing is 25, and you have 10 paramedics on a day. What our recommendation and our proposal includes would be 4 paramedic engines, very similar. Your battalion chief for Battalion 12 would still be out of Station 1. And the 2 changes are highlighted. I'll start at Station 6 first, that's in red. So like I mentioned before, up at Station 6, and I'll show you some maps that kind of show why we want to do where we're heading. But to put 2 paramedics and sets of ALS gear on that paramedic truck to add a 6th paramedic unit to the station, to the city. In green, you'll see a paramedic truck at Station 3. That's a plan that you already have in place. There's some developer funding that you're working through to fund portion of that, as well as a retrofit to the fire station. And we'd like to couple on to that same idea and make that a paramedic truck as well. And on these maps, I'll show you a little bit as to why we're thinking that. Our daily staffing is the same as yours today, 25. Your daily paramedics go from 10 to 12. So the way that we do our standards of coverage, it's a board-approved standard of coverage. Our response time that we look for our paramedic units is 7 minutes and 20 seconds, so a minute of dispatch, 60 to 80 seconds for turnout time, getting out of the station, then a 5-minute drive time. So if you see up in the top right, current paramedic response, that's with your 5-minute drive times. Those polygons that are created show about a 5-minute drive time covering your city. You have 5 different polygons there for your 5 different paramedic units. Now, if you look at the void that's up at Station 6 in the northwest corner of your city, and that's because Truck 6 is a basic life support unit. What we would like to do is put the 2 paramedics and set of gear, and if you look at the coverage of your city, once again, these are our 5-minute drive times, a significant improvement. And then you bring in the regional concept, so this brings in the 3 paramedic units that we have adjacent to your city down in Buena Park, and shows some of the overlap with engine 62, 61, and 63 are the 3 regionally that are very close to your city. We did the same thing when we looked at your truck company, your ladder company response. Right now you have Truck 6. Your truck was moved from Station 1 to Station 6 several years back. And that shows our truck response as a 9-minute drive time for our standards of coverage. That shows the coverage of your city for your ladder truck coverage. With the plan in place with converting engine 3 to a truck, it shows you the coverage increase for your city of Fullerton. And then it also shows you Truck 61 in Buena Park to show that regional response. So you would actually have 3 trucks that have direct access and overlap coverage in the city of Fullerton.
Mr. Mayor, question for you?
Yes, sir.
On the map, one of the Buena Park trucks station is real close to our Fullerton too. Would that be a reason to say only have one truck, one station there, if we were to go with the OCF since they're so close together?
So the other piece that we bring into it is call volume. So Station 62 is a very busy station, and Fullerton Engine 2 is also a very busy station. Both of those areas absolutely justify having a fire station there as well as a paramedic unit responding out of there. What I can say and what I'm hoping will happen, your downtown units are very busy. Station 1 is very busy. By adding a 6th paramedic, although Station 6's area is the least busy of all your 6 fire stations, I think last year was about 1,700 calls. Every time they have a medical aid up in 6's area, you send Engine 4, Engine 2, or Engine 1 into there as your paramedic. So you're actually committing your busier downtown fire engines into Station 6's area. You also, we send in Engine 62 quite a bit from Buena Park, leaving their areas. So what my hope is with your call density in downtown Fullerton, is by adding that 6th unit, 6th paramedic unit, will hopefully keep Engine 4 and Engine 2 and Engine 62 in their role areas a little bit better to service where they're supposed to be servicing, and it just helps with that depth in the system. So my recommendation is absolutely to, and if you also look at the size of the polygons and your response times, you try to keep within 5 minutes. I would highly recommend keeping all 6 of your fire stations open, but getting better coverage with that regionalization, as well as making Station 6 a paramedic.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So as the city goes ahead and does their due diligence to determine whether OCFA can provide a service that would help the citizens of Fullerton, really the step after that we called the transition. So if there is a contract developed, the city of Fullerton signs it, the OCFA board signs it, what that does is that puts us into a transition phase. Transition phase is a 120-day timeline. And that's truly where the transition from Fullerton Fire Department to the OCFA. All Fullerton Fire Department sworn employees will transition based upon a conditional background and pre-employment medical, and they will transition to OCFA employees. Non-sworn personnel will be hired based on vacancies and OCFA's needs, and I can assure you that there is a true desire to ensure that people are not left behind, and that this process is in the best interest of all the people working for, not for Fullerton, but also for the OCFA. The facilities. Your fire stations remain your fire stations. You maintain ownership of your fire stations. The expenses to do that are kind of separated into 3 categories. We spoke briefly about your startup costs. And that's the cost to go in and change signage and locks and bring your fire stations to where we are online with OCFA. One-time costs. I'm going to skip down to capital improvements. So capital improvements are large, over $15,000. So say a roof replacement, having to slurry seal or to repave a back parking lot. So large expenses. Those expenses are handled, and usually we have some time to predict them, where your local fire chief works with your city manager, and some time for planning and budgeting to handle those larger capital improvements, just like you do with your capital improvements today. And then what we do, and it's already part of your contract, there's a yearly maintenance. It's a revolving fund of $15,000 per station. So since you have 6 stations, it would be $90,000. And come July 1st of every year, whatever is not spent on the previous year, we bring that back up to $90,000 so we can maintain your stations. Good examples of that would be the door repair, heating, and air conditioning, leaks in the roof. So smaller expenses are covered with that. Your apparatus and fire department vehicles. All vehicles will be incorporated into the OCFA vehicle rotation and replacement plans, as well as our preventative maintenance program. The cost of vehicle replacement and maintenance is included in your annual cost, and like I said before, no more surprises. Your vehicle replacement, including trying to figure out a way as we transition engine 3 to truck 3, become part of a vehicle replacement and rotation plan. So that all becomes part of the OCFA. So before I ask for questions, like Chief Fennessy said, we have all of our executive management here with their areas of expertise, so I think we should be able to address any questions you have. And before we close, I do want to openly invite each one of you to come to a tour of the OCFA. As you're going through and doing your own due diligence, I think getting your hands on the services and the facilities that we have over there at our headquarters, it will just help you kind of get your head around what we're looking at. But I would love to have you come by. We'll spend as much time as you want and show you our facilities. That concludes what I have, and we're open for any questions.
Before we go to council for questions, I did want to thank each and every one of you for coming out. It is not lost on any of us here, the sacrifices and the services that you provide our community. So it means a great deal to all of us here that you've taken time out of your evening away from your family to be here to show unity and allow us to ask questions from the experts accordingly. So I want to thank all of you, particularly you, sir, for your presentation, and I will open it up for council questions at this time. Councilman Zara, you seem like you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation and for your the work you've done so far on this. I do have a, a question that actually a member of the community had asked me about business and the inspection that happens. Right now, we get people come in for their home inspections, things like that, and it's done all in Fullerton in proximity. How would that happen? How, if the transition occurs?
Be happy to address that. So our plan for the city of Fullerton is to bring an area office right here to the city. So there would be 3 inspectors, an assistant fire marshal, and some support help right here located at Station 1 to assist you. All of the inspections will be done via that group of folks. They'll be dedicated to the city. They'll feel very much like the prevention staff you currently have in place. Excuse me. From the business perspective, it is true that we are cost recovery. Like the city of Fullerton, you know, we do have a fee schedule. We get this question often during a transition, and what's that going to look like? Will we get the same level of service, and how much is it going to cost? So I'd encourage you to look over our fee schedules and make those comparisons when you all do your number work.
I appreciate that, and I'll certainly take you up on the offer of coming and visiting and you know, looking at this more detail. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any questions, sir?
I'm quite familiar with OCFA, having spent time at the county and having staffed our supervisor on that assignment. I really don't have anything specific this evening, Mr. Mayor, but I do appreciate the availability of all of your staff here this evening as well. And it was a very complete presentation, partially why I don't have any immediate questions.
Very good. Thank you,
Thank you,
sir. Councilman Silva, sir.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, thank you. There's 2 types of memberships, you said, the structural fire fund and the cash contract. So I guess the question, and it may not apply to us, but currently property taxes are through the roof. So is there a point where your property taxes surpass your cost? And if so, what happens to that revenue, I guess? Or how does that work? Because, I mean, prices are going through the roof right now. So I'm thinking you guys are generating more property tax than you need, I mean, in theory. But
Well, first of all, I look forward to that day where we're bringing in more property tax than we can use. So you're referring to the structural fire fund cities.
Right.
So that money comes directly to us, into our general fund. There is no plan in place to where when property taxes exceed what we're able to provide, what we are able to do, and what's allowed us to do a lot of what we do with our regional resources is continue to better our service. We have a lot of areas where we continue to look for other ways to improve. I'm going to bring up our air ops as an example. We have an aging fleet of helicopters, and we're constantly looking on ways to continue to improve that. So our unfunded liability, although we've made huge strides in the past 5 to 10 years to continue to bring that under control, we still have areas to work with that. So we're far from having more property tax than service that we're able to provide.
And then, what was my second question revolves around the paramedics, right? I mean, I think at least in our city, it's about 80% of the calls are medical. I don't know what you guys are, but
Standard,
it's
if
about
not
the
more.
same.
If not more.
More.
Sure.
So and you guys, has there been any thought into down the future to how provide the service, but maybe not send the large trucks out there where I guess the wear and tear and the cost is that ever been discussed with you in terms of how to better manage that? So you send paramedics and not firefighters out there, given that 80% of the calls are medic. And then I don't know if you guys do, but when we do this, we in essence take a unit off of the grid because we have to send the truck to the hospital. So just curious about that.
Sure, and if you look through the county, the different fire departments provide that differently. ultimately you have to figure out a way to get 2 paramedics to a medical aid. You also have to make sure that on the fire side that you're adequately staffed to respond to that emergency. So actually, when you look at fire-based paramedicine, it's an efficiency that's brought into that to allow both higher frequency EMS calls as well as having enough units out there fire-based. What OCFA has done in the past 6 to 8 years, we used to have a lot of smaller paramedic units, vans. What that does is that requires 2 people on a paramedic van. The engine has a minimum of 3 people if it's a BLS engine. So that's 5 people in a fire station. What we've been able to do is spread out those 2 people that are on paramedic vans, put them onto fire engines. We were able to double the number of paramedic squads or units that we had on fire engines. So I understand the question that comes up a lot. Why do you send a fire engine? I felt. One, you never really know what you're getting into. So we'll send 4 people to it, minimum. When you send that fire engine, effectiveness, efficiency allows you to have a paramedic in every fire station, which is the way we do business, and to be able to spread those paramedics out, put them on fire engines so that we can shoot for that 7 minutes and 20-second response rather than having paramedics coming from further away. So in reality, the way we do business and the way we've made that transition to putting them on fire engines, knowing that we do get some complaints or questions as to why send a fire engine, but allows us to have ALS level care, just like you do at 5 of your stations. And time matters. The response time matters. And to have an ALS unit coming from every fire station is, and if you look across the country and what we provide here in Southern California, is incredible. And the efficiency of combining fire departments and allowing those fire engines to be in place for when we get our big incidents, it really brings that depth that we need. And so that's part of that's the reason we put them on fire engine. It also allows 4 people on a fire engine to deal with our 2 in, 2 out, the Cal OSHA requirement to be able to enter an IDLH, immediately danger to life and health. So there's a lot of pieces to why we put and strive to have 4 people on fire engines. And bottom line, the efficiency of being able to make 2 of those with a paramedic bonus, cross-trained, no matter what the emergency is, and have that in every fire station is a big value, I feel.
Anything further, Councilman?
Well, one last question on the cost of $21 million. Does that include any overtime that may occur, or do you guys not have as much overtime as we do right now, I guess?
No, that's built into what we do, right?
Okay.
And that's built into your contract. That is your cost.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I will conclude with this. In the absence of any further questions, I'd like to know just from our staff that are taking notes at this time, there are 8 member cache cities. I'm aware of Buena Park, Westminster, Garden Grove. They're obvious. Who are the other 5? I'd like to contact those council members appropriately, seek their input. Estimates are only good as the data affords us all here. It's important if we're going to make these decisions and we're tasked with making these decisions that we're provided with the actual numbers in real time. So I'd like that if we're going to move forward on this, there's really no decision that will be made this evening. I want to make sure that our public is calm and collected on this. We need to have all the data points in real time. So if it's the will of the council to move forward on this item, I advise highly we do so, getting full access to all of the data that's necessary, including side-by-side comparisons of what our true costs are and that of the OCFA proposal. Also, the startup costs, breaking down what that $1.6 million actually is, the yearly maintenance costs side-by-side, the capital improvement costs side-by-side, because if it's anything excess of $15,000, we're on the hook for that, so I'd like to see what that looks like as well. I'd like to know what better coverage by regionalization means. It's a fancy term, sounds great, but I'd like to see what the real-world impact of that is. If I can ask our fire chief to get back to me on that, I'd certainly appreciate that. And we just provided funding, not just last year, for $1 million fire engine. I want to know what happens there, because vehicles are all, as we all know, depreciating assets. They only get worse. So I'd like to see where that factors in and what are the fee schedules side by side as one of the chiefs had advised us to look at. I'd take her kind advice and do that. So if there's nothing further, if we can move on that direction, get this information to this council, and I understand that time is of the essence, yet we have staffing issues, so look at second February meeting, perhaps the first March meeting.
Is council amenable to having staff spend some money to bring in some assistance to do this work, turn it around more quickly?
Well, let's talk about it at the next meeting then.
Okay.
In terms of that, we're missing a council member.
We can do a little work on that.
Very good. Again, thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have to make a motion to receive and file?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I'll make the motion.
Is there a second to receive and file? Do we even need to make a motion for that, Mr. City Attorney? We'll just do that then. Thank you. Director Chang, thank you for your patience. Thank you, everyone.
It looks like the Zoom cut out, so I have to log back in. Give me 1 second. It's saying to join.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, considering there's only 5 minutes left,
Sure.
and this is a very big item, is there any reason why we can't postpone this until the next meeting?
If that's the will of the council, I'm happy to.
Are we going to move for the ARPA discussion? Are we going to push that to the next meeting?
Indeed, we are. That
So
is
then
the plan.
maybe do this and carry it in, since
We
we're going
certainly
to
could do that.
save time on the other one, just so we can get a first look at this, because I think this could be,
Okay.
it's a receive and file.
Is that all right with you, Councilman? All right, very good. Let's go ahead and move forward.
Yeah.
So thank you. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. At the request of City Council, staff has been researching pension obligation bonds, or POBs for short, as a potential strategy to address the city's outstanding unfunded accrued liability, also referred to as the UAL. To further this discussion, staff has put together the study session item on tonight's agenda and has asked Urban Futures, the city's municipal advisors, to help in presenting an overview of the city's pension liability and the potential relief that could be provided by utilizing pension obligation bonds. Urban Futures is currently the city's municipal advisory firm and was selected through a competitive selection process to support the city's efforts in assessing refunding and issuing new debt. With regard to performing an in-depth pension obligation bond analysis, Urban Futures would need to be engaged to provide this additional scope of service. Since 2017, approximately 90 agencies throughout the state of California have issued POBs, with about 80% of those agencies having issued POBs since 2020. 7 Orange County agencies have issued POBs. While not without risk, utilizing pension obligation bonds to effectively refinance the city's outstanding UAL, depending on market conditions and the structure of the debt issuance, could provide the city with significant budgetary relief. As outlined in the agenda report, application of a 22-year hybrid structure could potentially provide budgetary relief of approximately $3.7 million each year for the next 15 years. Please note that this figure is an estimate that is subject to change based on a number of variables. This evening, Julio Morales and Brandon Kafori will provide a high-level overview of the components of pension liabilities, the city's outstanding UAL, and how pension liability is applied by CalPERS to its member agencies. Brandon Kafori will be presenting in person, and Julio Morales will present via Zoom. Additionally, Julio and Brandon will review the dynamic nature of pension liabilities and upcoming changes to the city's pension liability as a result of CalPERS' recent factor changes. Lastly, Urban Futures will provide one example of a debt structure with an overview of 100% financing of the current outstanding UAL utilizing a 22-year hybrid structure. The agenda report provides an overview of the legal validation proceedings, which typically takes between 3 to 4 months. Validation proceedings is the first official step that must be completed for the city to issue POBs to refund the UAL. Depending on time, Urban Futures is also available to review and address questions with respect to pension funding timeline, validation schedule, and pension obligation bond market pricing. Should City Council be interested in evaluating pension obligation bonds further, at the end of the presentation, it is recommended that City Council provide direction to retain Urban Futures to perform an in-depth analysis at an estimated cost of $15,000 and/or retain Validation Council at an estimated cost of about $40,000 to initiate validation proceedings. And if there are no questions at this time, I will now turn over the presentation to Julio and Brandon.
Good evening. Thank you, Ellis, and good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and staff. Again, my name is Brandon Kafori. I'm with Urban Futures, and we've had the pleasure to work with the city since 2020. And as Ellis mentioned, my colleague is available via Zoom and will be covering part of the presentation. So on slide 3, the city's pension plan consists of 2 main components: normal costs and UAL, or unfunded accrued liability. Normal costs are the benefits accrued by current employees during the fiscal year. So it's a current amount due. There's both a city and an employee contribution for this, and it's calculated as a percentage of payroll. And for the upcoming fiscal year, the city's portion for the normal cost is approximately $5.9 million. The UAL is essentially, for lack of a better term, the past due amount.
You're fine, it's just switching computers. Keep talking.
Okay. So that's determined by looking at the city's assets with CalPERS as compared to the total accrued liability. So again, the UAL is sort of the past due amount for past service and past employees as well as active, whereas normal cost is just the active employees for the current and upcoming fiscal year. The UAL expected payment for fiscal 23 is approximately $22.3 million. And we get this question often, so up front, I'd just like to address, why is there an unfunded portion? Why is there a UAL? The high-level summary, quick answer to that is, in the early 2000s, there were enhanced benefit plans offered to CalPERS members, coupled with no additional contributions that created instantly a significant liability, which has grown over time with actuarial changes and investment losses and various other inputs that we'll go over today. Next slide. So in slide 4, we have a summary of the UAL. This is, again, as of June 30th of 2020, the unfunded portion here. So on the left side, you see the total accrued liability at $848 million, and the market value of the city's assets at CalPERS is $565 million. This shortfall is roughly $282 million is the city's UAL. So overall, we say the plan is 67% funded. And on the right side, we have the breakdown for the city's 2 main plans, miscellaneous and safety. And I would point out there that miscellaneous is better funded at 74% with an $83 million liability, whereas safety is 63% or a $200 million UAL. And as was stated previously, should the city outsource its fire services, the UAL would stay. Normal costs would change, but this UAL would stay. Next slide. This slide gives you a sense of how the UAL is composed. So if you think of UAL, there are essentially 48 different amortization bases that make this up. Those are listed here. I will not go through each one of these, but there are new bases that are added in each year. And it's helpful to think of these as individual loans with repayment streams. And the they are charged an interest rate, which is equivalent to the discount rate. So in 2020, that discount rate was 7%. So a way to think about this is there are different bases with 7% interest rates that have a resulting payment stream. Then these get added every year. There'll be another one added in 21, and so on and so forth. And this is what makes it a dynamic liability for the UAL. Next slide. This shows the payment schedule for the UAL, and this is a result of the 48 amortization bases. So you can see here, again, as of 2020, the payment was $22.3 million expected in 23. And what's creating budgetary pressure in the city and many other agencies is that slow climb to 2031 when it's expected to go up to $30 million. So in a short amount of time, there was a large expected increase. And again, this is sort of the result of those bases getting added and those individual payment streams. And again, this liability will change as next year and other fiscal years come forward. Next slide. So again, to give you an example of why this is a dynamic liability and how this changes, in November 2021, CalPERS reported a 21.3% investment return. This was far in excess of the target rate of 7%. Simultaneously, they have just made a decision to lower the discount rate from 7% to 6.8%, and they adjusted their price inflator to 2.3%. And so in 2021, we are actually expecting the net of all of this is for the city to receive a $69 million credit, which is great news for the city because it will essentially reduce the UAL total liability and the expected payments as shown in the chart to the right. This is expected to be officially available in later this year around August. The numbers here are a rough estimation calculated by UFI, and CalPERS makes their reports available again in August. So again, in this year, because of the good investment performance, that largely drove the credit. In past years, there's been additions to the UAL. So for instance, in 2020, there was a 4.7% return that was below 7%. So there was an additional base added to miscellaneous and safety that totaled $13.4 million.
So I think to Brandon's point, the new valuation report that he had alluded to will come out in August. The city will obtain the benefit of some of that budgetary relief starting in 23-24.
Thanks, Ellis. And here you can see what Ellis just referenced. So the gray area on this chart is your UAL payment schedule as of 2020. And that orange dotted line is what we expect the new payment schedule to look like after the credit is applied. And to that point, you'll see the payments start to decline in 2024, which again is a good news for the city. But also, we'd like to underscore the dynamic nature of this liability. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Julio Morales, to walk through the next handful of slides on pension obligation bonds.
And just one question.
Yeah.
On that orange line, though, I mean, if the rate of return next year is lower than expected, that orange dotted line can go back up, right?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. It looks like you've seen this class before. That's absolutely correct. That yellow or orange line goes up and down according to not just investment returns, but various other assumptions. I'm going to go, if you can, to the next slide and talk about the basic economics of a pension obligation bond. And a pension obligation bond, some may overly simplify and say that you're refinancing your pension liabilities. And I believe in part that is correct because CalPERS for your UAL, that past due amount, placed every agency on a fixed dollar repayment schedule. And as Brandon has mentioned in several cases, there's a discount rate or investment rate for also the same opportunity cost to the CalPERS system. So they essentially charge you or create a loan equal to set at that discount rate of 7%. So you have a series of loan payments that you have, which has now actually gone down to 6.8, but you have a very expensive liability that still is considerable. So what a number of cities or agencies have done is look to refinance that at a lower cost by issuing tax-exempt bonds, taxable bonds. And that's a higher rate. Typically you issue tax-exempt bonds, but what makes it different is you have to issue taxable bonds because the IRS believes that you are doing this for the benefit of the individual holders, and hence you're not doing capital as you would typically issue tax-exempt bonds. So pension obligation bonds, or POBs, are taxable for the investors who hold them and hence have a slightly higher rate of return. Over the past 4 years, there have actually been, as we mentioned, about 78 POBs now done, totaling more than $7.6 billion. So it is compelling. And the reason it is primarily compelling, once again, is that you're refinancing that 7 or 6.8% interest rate with something similar to approximately 3%. I think the city of La Habra last week did a pension obligation bond with a 3.04% blended interest rate. So it's very compelling. I think now it's important to note that a number of cities have refinanced the entire UAL, but you're not required to do that. So the next page is an illustration of what would have been in your past UAL before the orange line, if I may. So if you can go to the next slide. Oh, we're having a problem. There we go. There we go. So once again, you can select one of those 48 amortization bases. We help model that. But the essential component of a pension obligation bond is you're refinancing fixed dollar payments at 6.8% down to 3% or so in the current market. You're really refining, just some people say, well, that's simply taking a credit card, a 7% credit card, and refinancing it with a 3% credit card. That's absolutely correct. That is the refi component. There's an additional risk component, which we'll address quickly, but we wanted to illustrate kind of what that looks like graphically. So can we go to the next slide? This, for example, had you done a pension obligation bond earlier this year, this would have been, for example, for 100% of it, and we mentioned it does not have to be the full amount, you could realize a considerable amount of budgetary savings. So your payments are currently 23 million. You would see that the payments would go down to 18.6. And there's a shaded area in the yellow. We at UFI want to make sure that people understand that the yellow portion, that peak, is really avoided UAL costs. They're not budgetary savings. But in this case, the green is true budgetary savings that you could result from the current baseline. So you would actually be lowering your cost of funding. It'd be similar to saying I have a variable rate mortgage that's going to go up and I lock it in at a certain rate. You know there's your current dollar value. So that green line is below the current dollar value. We think this is obviously compelling in many cases, but and the next slide just simply shows the dollar cost in the graph. So I don't know, some people are graphical, others like to see the actual numbers. And once again, you see that we've split up the savings into really two component parts: true budgetary savings and avoided UAL costs. But the next slide, and I think this is important, that if you may have heard, or some would say, hey, pension obligation bonds are risky. And pension obligation bonds are subject to the same risk as any investment vehicle. In other words, you're taking the money, so you take $200 million, for example, and take that money and provide it to CalPERS, and they would then invest it. Of course, like any investment decision, market timing is a critical decision. If I make a $25 investment in my child's college fund, I believe at the time that I'm making it, this is the right time to invest. So in the most optimal situation, you want to issue pension obligation bonds when the market is low and interest rates are low. Often those are diametrically opposed, can be difficult. So you have to try to optimize two potentially competing decisions. So one is the UAL cost savings, this refinancing that we just discussed, number one, and two is the CalPERS return. And you're not exactly certain what the outcome was. The pension obligation bond a good deal, people say, in the most simple term. Well, it depends on when you issued, at what rate, and also what the investment return is over the time period of the bonds. So if you were to issue 20-year bonds, you would not know what the outcome would be until the end of 20 years. However, we can say with certainty after a number of studies, doing Monte Carlo simulation, that the impact during the first few years is the most significant. And simple enough thinking about this, another way of thinking of it is that maybe pension obligation bonds really allow you to take advantage of the power of compounding, where you're taking an investment amount and you're placing it, just like any kind of retirement, into the fund up front. And you believe that that investment today is going to be more advantageous than making periodic payments over time. So from that, that's my presentation. Ellis, would you like to say quick concluding remarks?
Does City Council have any questions at this time?
Well, this is a receive and file item. We'll run through the dais and see if anybody's got any comments or questions. Councilman Zara, are you ready, sir?
Yeah, no, thank you for the presentation. And considering that other cities have done this, and obviously there's more to it than meets the eye, I'd like to see us move forward with seeing some sort of in-depth analysis. I think that would be worth our while because the savings may be significant.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have anything, sir?
Yes, as someone who for many, many years was highly opposed to pension obligation bonds, the historically low interest rates have made it somewhat attractive, but this is a good illustration of the market risk that we might be subject to at this point in time as well. Now, that would be the unknown factor and something that we would have to I appreciate in the last presentation his pointing out that risk factor. That's something that needs to be studied a little bit more and contemplated. But I was the one that suggested this a few months ago, and I've been concerned because interests, or actually the inflation rate, has been climbing steadily. So to delay, if it's something we might avail ourselves of, the time may be relatively short for that.
I would agree with you, sir. Councilman Silva.
So you would be in favor of this, Mayor Pro Tem, of looking at it, I guess? I was trying to...
Well, yes, that at least on an annual basis, and coming up with a fixed payment, there would be advantages to that as well, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the one question I have is, so if, let's say we go to this and we get for your example, 3.5, that's a fixed rate, correct? Or is it going to fluctuate?
No, that'd be a fixed rate on the bonds.
So our risk would be, I guess, unless that pension obligation CalPERS reduces or goes the other way, we would be kind of in a safe spot. So I would be also in favor of at least doing the in-depth analysis to see what it looks like. I would almost say, let's retain a validation and go for it, but I don't know if we would, I would move with that if there was will of the council here to go with to retain a validation council at an estimated cost of $40,000. I mean, I think like the Mayor Pro Tem said, time is creeping up on us where the rates are starting to increase a bit.
And that amount is a pittance compared to the values that we're looking at.
Yes.
Sure.
And if I may, retaining the council and going through the validation process doesn't obligate you to issue the bonds, but you would at least have that, that process completed, and should you choose to move forward, you'd have the option. So
I would like to see that just so we, when we have all the information, we can decide right then and there versus bringing it back once and then a second time.
All right.
And so that would be my suggestion.
Well, we've got similar-sized cities here, like Orange, issued $285 million in pension bonds. Our unfunded liabilities, by comparison, stand only at $282. It's savings, small, but still a savings. Looks like we're doing okay by comparison. Potentially, it works out to a $3.7 million savings. City's SB1 funds that we utilize currently, what's commonly known as the gas tax fund, is $3.1 million. We use all of that to patchwork our roads and streets right now. So an additional $3.7 million would potentially double our project output. And I just don't see any relief in sight from an unfunded liability perspective until 2040. That's nearly 20 years from now. So, I think the total projection is $500 million. It's staggering money. So I think we're all benefiting as a society from medicine, advances in healthcare and technology, folks are just living longer and stressing society's liabilities at this point. So I think before the hugely discounted birth rate in this country leads us to some sort of population collapse down the line, I think this is indeed something that we could explore. So if that's the will of the council, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay, so if I could get direction from City Council to both retain Urban Futures to perform the in-depth analysis, as well as to retain Validation Council and initiate validation proceedings, that's the direction that staff would require.
Unless
this
there's
time.
objection, I think you have that.
Okay,
We're
wonderful.
good.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And with that, I will adjourn the special meeting, give us a 2-minute break, and we will be right back to start our regularly scheduled meeting at the same bat channel, same bat time. I call the January 18, 2022 regular meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, would you advise the public how to participate, please?
Thank you, Mayor Jung. Tonight's meeting is virtual for the public. There is no audience in the council chambers. And if I flip to the right page, I will give you further instructions. They can view the meeting on fullerton.legistar.com on Spectrum Channel 3 and ATTUverse Channel 99. To participate via Zoom for public comment, the public can go to zoom.us/join or call 1-669-900-9128. The Zoom meeting ID number is 978-4219-1797. And if I happen to have said that too quickly for you, all of that information and more is on the website with our agenda, which is at fullerton.legistar.com.
And Madam City Clerk, if you'd be kind enough as to call the roll.
Mayor Jung,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker,
Here.
Councilmember Silva,
Here.
and Councilmember Zara.
Here.
And Councilmember Dunlap is not present this evening.
And we have Mr. Mitch Fierro of Shepherd of Care Ministries at Fullerton Free. If you'd be kind enough as to honor us with the invocation, sir.
Yes, yes. Let me just begin by thanking you for this opportunity to pray with you all this evening. Like you, the council, Mr. Mayor, we deeply care about the welfare of this community and this city that we all call home. And so as co-laborers, we just wanted to thank you for your service and your sacrifice during these unprecedented times in which we find ourselves in. And so with that being said, please join me in praying for our time this evening. Heavenly Father, we begin by simply thanking you for this day that you have made. But before we pray for our time together, I simply wanted to pray for those, God, who are sick. God, those who are feeling the physical impact of this pandemic, Lord. We pray for their health, and we ask for a quick recovery. Lord, we lift our brothers and sisters to you who have lost loved ones, and we ask that you would comfort those in our city who are mourning this evening. God, and we also pray for those in our city, our state, our nation, God, and even those across the globe that have been impacted by this horrible pandemic. We ask, God, that you would comfort them. And Lord, we even ask that you would bring this pandemic to an end. Now, God, we ask for your blessing over our home, the city of Fullerton. And in this place, we ask that you would bless our time together this evening. Lord, would you give those who are leading in our community, would you give them wisdom? We ask, God, that you would guide their decisions and give them direction as they lead our city. God, we thank you for being a God who hears our prayers, and we thank you for the privilege of calling this great city home. And we ask all these things in your most glorious name, and all of God's children say, amen.
Amen.
Sir, would you like to say a few words about your ministry? You're welcome to do so.
Sure. Again, my name is Mitch Fierro. I'm one of the shepherds at Fullerton Free, and one of the things that I get to do there is serve our ministries that care for the mental, social, emotional, and physical needs of our church community and our city. And so, like you, we're all busy this time of year, or not this time of year, because of this season that we're in. And so, it's been a privilege to partner with the city these last few years in the various ways that we have through the community centers, through serving our most vulnerable citizens. And so we just look forward to a continued partnership and continued ways to serve our city together. Thank you.
Well, thank you. If I can count on, call on Councilman Silva to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Very good. Please stand. Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I'd call on our city attorney. Do we have a closed session report this evening?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one item for closed session. The city council, the prior year, conducted a hearing regarding JP 23. The city council, on a motion by Mr. Dunlap and seconded by Mr. Silva, on a 401 vote with Mr. Whitaker abstaining, sustained the city's recommendation with respect to the permitting processes for JP 23.
And do any members of our council have ex parte communications to report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I had a conversation with Mr. Dan Lancaster from the Firefighters Association.
I had a text from him, but never responded, but he was in communication with me.
I had a text as well, sir. Anything from you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
None.
We have already issued the proclamation for Korean American Day. So at this point in our meeting, we will look forward to public comments. So if we'll now hear public comments on non-agenda items and accept requests to pull consent calendar items.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to pull item number 6, just in advance of this.
You got it, sir. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
We have 4 up, and looks like there might be a few more coming. There's one more. We'll start with Todd Harrison. You should be able to unmute.
Here I am.
Great.
Thanks. My name is Todd Harrison. I am one of the so far surviving endangered residents of the Rancho La Paz Mobile Home Park. Hello again, Mr. Mayor and council members. Most of you know or are even related to the state law that just went into effect preventing predatory price increases against mobile home owners that rent their spaces in a mobile home park. Due to the realities of political give and take, that law was limited to apply to one mobile home park in California. Fortunately for me, Rancho La Paz, where I live. We were the most organized and largest group Mr. Saunders attacked and are grateful that after years of effort, he had his first defeat of any kind. Great for us, not so great for many other seniors and low-income mobile home park residents statewide. Many neighboring or even distant MHP groups have been in contact with us seeking aid in gaining the same badly needed protection, and effort is underway to amend the law to include them. It may succeed eventually, but in the meantime, the predatory buying of MHPs and destruction of the present residents' lives continues. This once again is an issue for local governments to handle. Not that far south of us, the city of Santa Ana passed an ordinance granting similar protections to the residents of the MHPs in their city. Besides Rancho La Paz, there are 5 other mobile home parks in Fullerton. I am here tonight to urge you to do the same for the rest of Fullerton. You missed a chance to speak up and protect us at Rancho La Paz when this issue first arose, and it took state politicians to do your job and protect some Fullertonians. I had printed copies of the Santa Ana ordinance to hand you. I'm emailing a PDF after I'm done talking so that you have that as your example. I ask you to consider the small amount of rewriting it would take to do the same for Fullerton as for Santa Ana. You have the plans in your hands, or will be as soon as you get the email. Please consider whether you have the guts to go to bat for more of Fullerton than you have so far. You could reduce the past history of You can redeem the past history of the former Fullerton City Council, resist this money Saunders so generously gives in donations, and do the right thing this time. On the same Zoom ID, Yolanda Goodwin also has something to say. She's here with me, but since she has laryngitis, I will speak for her if my hand can be brought back up when the time comes.
Next speaker.
Jane Rand, you should be okay to unmute.
Thank you, Lucinda. Good evening, Mayor Jung and Council. I want to make a couple of comments about public participation or the ability for the public to participate. The first is regarding tonight's study session. I would like to ask that future study sessions be structured so that the public can ask questions of the presenters and get answers to them. It seems like a great idea to have a study session to try to reduce the time spent at the city council meetings, and to make those most fruitful. I think people being able to ask questions, they get answers at that advanced study session would be most helpful. My other comment about public participation is regarding our redistricting process. The Fair Maps Act, also known as AB 849, requires certain notification to the public. It goes well beyond our regular public hearing requirements. It's specific to the redistricting process. Some of those items are specifically that the local media shall be notified. And I understood from our redistricting meeting the other night that the contracted company, Tripepi Smith, understood that they only needed to send out one notice. The problem is the notice they sent out to our local media was prior to date, times, and locations being set, as well. The date, times, and locations that were set by mid-December or maybe early December were then changed the Thursday prior, a week prior to the meeting, with no notification going out to the public or to the local media. Notification was sent to the public on Tuesday night before a Thursday night meeting, and the Zoom link did change in that interim time. As well, the location for the public to find that information on the city website kind of moved around in 3 different places. So we did discuss a lot of this at the redistricting meeting, community workshop last Thursday night, but I would like to bring it to the attention of our council as well as our city manager, so that we can avoid these kind of problems in the future. And hopefully let's start getting some information out on these upcoming workshops so we can get some better participation. Since I have the floor, I just want to let the public be aware that the meetings are virtual only, and the next one is coming up on January 29th. It's a Saturday at 10 a.m. and the following one is February 10th. It's again an evening one.
And that's your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Tony Package, you should be able to unmute.
Hello there.
Hi, Tony.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Happy New Year and good evening to Mayor Jung and members of the City Council. I hope this year we will not have a repeat of the division of efforts. In the mind of many city voters, a 3-2 vote is a failed vote, reflecting the personal biases of the different city council members and ignoring what is the main duty of the city council, to serve the people of Fullerton. I have lived in Fullerton for almost 18 years, and I regard it as my home, not just a place to eat and sleep, a bedroom community. It is not a bedroom community. Fullerton is the right size and offers many amenities that make it a nice place to live in. Most of these amenities offer some cultural opportunities that make life enjoyable, provide a place to visit with family and friends. Many city parks that need staff to serve it. A community center that provides various activities from young to retired. All these we have so far. Farmers markets for fresh vegetables and a place to meet other residents. Events at Sports Center, Fullerton Museum Center, downtown restaurants and local establishments from drive-through to full quality dining. Special events, downtown plaza, parades, holiday lighting, lighting of the Christmas tree, 4th of July celebration, first night, a great family event, but canceled this year because of insufficient staff to set up, etc. Don't blame everything on COVID. What other events will be canceled this year because of staff shortages? Events that mean so much to the residents of their family. All the above make Fullerton a place to live, not just sleep. It is about community and nothing to bring and nothing to bring and we have nothing to bring the community together. Let me ask all 5 city council members a question tonight. What is the more important, the city's infrastructure or the people? Both Zara and Silva have demonstrated what their answer is. Will the other 3 members affirm their priority tonight? A no response is a clear answer. I'll give Mr. Whitaker. When Mr. Zara was our delegate to OC Water and MWD, he gave us reports from all the monthly meetings. Since you have been appointed, other than a few short notes at the beginning of the year, you have been silent. So how are the sources of water doing? How filled are the aquifers we count on for 75% of our city water? Give us something, please, something, and make it consistent. We need to hear your votes. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Prior to the next speaker, we do have an agenda item that we will be continuing. We are absent a council colleague this evening. So the agenda item with regards to the ARPA funding, item number 19, we will be continuing that item. So if any members of the public wish to comment on that, please do so at the next meeting. Next.
And then, Mr. Mayor, are we going to be able to address the IT issue?
Yes.
During the,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Thank you.
Next comment.
And caller phone number ending in 9894. You should be able to unmute. Caller 9894.
Yes.
There you
this
are.
is Diane Van. Hello?
You're good. Go ahead,
Can you hear
Diane.
me now? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. 2 things. I want to ask that we pull consent item number 20, if possible. And then my comments for tonight. I think the difficulty is when meetings are far apart, and I understand why one was postponed or not held right after the new year. It makes what I want to say seem long ago, but I almost was tempted not to do it tonight because Councilman Dunlap wasn't there, but I don't want to postpone it any longer. Something occurred at our last meeting that bothered me, and I felt like I should address it. It was what I consider bullying-type behavior from the dais. Bullying is not always loud, lack of in-your-face kind of thing. It's a lack of respect. It's excluding people. It's ignoring people, that kind of thing. What occurred was when you were determining what representation was going to be made to various agencies by people on the council, Councilman Dunlap wanted to give up the vector control. Councilman Zara spoke up and said, gee, I'd like to have that. No one else said anything until he said that. And then Councilman Dunlap looked over to the mayor and said, would you like to take that on? He said, yeah, I'll do it. He didn't volunteer it initially. My take is that was done to keep Councilman Zara from having what he wanted. You can say the reasons that you want. If the mayor had popped up right away and said, I want it, you vote, that's perfectly fine. But in my opinion, that was a bullying type behavior. I didn't even want, and it makes me feel bad watching it and seeing it from up there. We should respect everybody, even people we don't like, and I don't know why there's animus between some of you, but that has no place on the dais. And it also muddies the water. And I didn't want to even bring this up today because I hate speaking before the council, honestly. And then I kept seeing public service announcements on TV about bullying, and they said, when you see something, say something. So I'm saying something about what I observed. It hurt Councilman Zara. It hurt all of you. And I'll be honest with you, it hurt me and whoever has to observe it. You're supposed to be our leaders and carrying on policy discussions, and it muddies the water. It makes me wonder sometimes, do you make votes along those lines for other things? And the thing I'm bringing up is the 1% versus 2.5% cut. Everybody, you almost had 1% cut for the budget approved, and then it came back to the next meeting, and all of a sudden,
and that's your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Next comment,
thank you.
please.
And Jane Reifer, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, hello, good evening, Mayor and council members. Please ignore how my name appears. You cannot tell when you sign up which of your accounts is the one that's connecting you, so please excuse me. I have 4 items and I'll try and be quick regarding them. The first one is I thought the study group was great. I didn't realize that there was direction provided at the study group, but that's certainly fine. But I did want to let you know that the public only sees that the meeting starts at 6:30 because that's what the Legistar calendar says. It says 6:30. So the fact that it started at 5:30 means that people who don't poke around any further don't know. So could we fix that kind of thing in the future so people can really tell when the different meetings start? That would be fantastic. Another procedural item is on Zoom. I did see on today's council agenda that the Zoom visuals were not going to be available, but only if you'd have to watch the council broadcast, but the audio from the Zoom in order to be able to speak publicly. I just want to see if that's been figured out or if that's going to come up in the future. If we don't have to worry about it anymore, would be great, because that's going to be really difficult for the public. And it's our only option at this point, since everything's virtual. The second Zoom thing is, I realize that when we're in chambers, we see a visual cue as when our time's ending. But when we do it by Zoom, we see nothing except our name. So can we have some kind of ding that goes off at 30 seconds and at 10 seconds so we can, with dignity, finish our sentence and not just cut off in the middle? That would be fantastic. I know other cities do that. And then just lastly, I want to mention something about the Active Transportation Committee, which is having a lot of trouble right now. Their rules and regulations and their enabling legislation, there's been some question about what they're supposed to do. And when I made this presentation 4 times before to planning and to ATC about them being able to review items that come up before you for like the hub tonight or streetlights tonight and so forth, that the ATC should be able to review under their purview. And everyone says, no, that's not the case. But if you look at item H on their enabling legislation, it says that they're to make recommendations related to public or private development as part of the project approval process. So I would like to see that can start happening. Even if it's after you've approved these projects, they can still take a look and help make the active transportation component better for our city. And thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
And call-in user number 1. You are okay to unmute.
Hi, Lucinda. Can you hear me? It's
We can hear you,
Milton.
Maureen.
Okay. Good evening, Council, Mayor, and Maureen Milton, 53-year resident. Tonight I'm going to. Here we go again. Back to square one because of COVID. I hope we can get back to square 2 again soon and be able to come in person. I'm here tonight. I'm talking tonight on the 2022 election, and to ask that you start working on changing the council dates for the first meeting in June and November. These are 2 of the 4 second most important days and dates in an American's life. City business should be postponed for a day or so the candidates can put 100+% of their last effort to promote themselves, their ideas, and getting their constituents to the polls. I know in June the concern is the budget, but with enough time to plan, it can be handled. 4.5 months to June and 9.5 months to November. Oops. Hang on. I'm reading what I wrote. Remember, without national elections, we wouldn't have local elections, and without local elections, we wouldn't have a government. I rest my case. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
And our last hand raised is Todd Harrison, who is going to put Yolanda on the line. You should be able to go ahead and speak.
Yeah, here I am. Thank you. This speech was written by Yolanda, but I'm reading it for her because her voice is gone. My name is Yolanda Goodwin.
Hold on one second, Mr. Harrison, if you'd be kind
Yes.
enough, sir. Is that something we can do, Mr. City Attorney, or are we better off allowing that correspondence to come via mail?
That would be the normal process by
Okay.
mail, but it's
So,
up to the
Mr. Harrison, because you've spoken before and we have no visual representation of your, the subject whom you're speaking for, if you'd be kind enough, sir, as to put that in the mail, we'll make sure that, or even in email form, we will make sure that all the council members get that, sir.
Since you can't see her, since she's not standing beside me, since we were locked out tonight, I'm holding the microphone to her voice so that she can tell you I'm interpreting for her. Go ahead. Todd's talking for me. If you don't like it, stuff. Could you hear her?
I did hear her loud and clear.
And knowing that she is a live human, just like as if I was an interpreter or an ASL interpreter, can I speak for her?
Sir, what I'm going to ask you to do again, sir, is in real time, if you want to send that via email, we'll make sure that all of the council members receive that. But we do have rules that we have to adhere to, sir. So I hope you respect that and understand, but we look forward to your communication accordingly. Thank you, sir. Madam City Clerk, are there any other speakers?
No more speakers.
Very well.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify, on item 19, actually, if you are going to consider some of the IT items, actually, we are going to consider the matter. You could potentially be taking action on a portion of the item, but continuing the balance of the item. So to say that we're not going to consider it, I think we may want to correct that.
Very well. So if the public has comments on item number 19, which is the ARPA funding, please wait until that comes up, and we'll go ahead and take that accordingly. That said, are there any other council members that wish to pull any items from consent calendar?
We have council communications before consent calendar.
Right. So we're going to do council comments, if that's all right with everyone on council at the end. Is that all right? For everyone? Okay, very good. We've got appointments to go over.
We didn't vote on the consent calendar, did we?
No, we're not there yet, sir.
Okay.
So, Madam City Clerk, if you'd mind letting us know what appointments will be made today?
Thank you, Mayor. Very quickly, you have 4 appointments on your agenda for tonight. Councilmember Zara has a Planning Commission appointment for unexpired term ending December 31st of this year. Library Board of Trustees, a 3-year term, which is a full year term for the library ending December of 2024. Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker has a Library Board of Trustee appointment, again ending December 2024. And the council as a whole has a at-large appointment to the Active Transportation Committee to fill an unexpected and unexpired term ending December 2025.
Thank you. You want to go over the list and allow the council members to make their appointments accordingly?
If you'd like to go, we can just go in order of the agenda.
Very good.
And Councilmember Zara, if you have a planning commissioner you'd like to nominate?
Yes, Mr. Arif Mansouri.
Okay. And Library Board of Trustees?
Mr. Isaiah Garcia.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker, do you have a library appointment?
I do not have that ready at the moment, so I'll require another meeting.
Okay, and Mr. Payton will continue to serve until appointed on the library. And for the Active Transportation Committee, I talked to the mayor a little bit about this appointment. We had no new applicants other than those that had been interviewed in the last 6 months or so. I believe that was by mostly Mayor Jung and, well, at the time it was Mayor Whitaker were on that interview panel. So I don't know if anyone from that interview panel stood out for you to recommend to council, or if the other council members have someone in the group of applications they'd like to recommend.
Does any council members have a recommendation accordingly? I did have a gentleman that stood out. I certainly recommend that we contact him and see if he has expressed interest, and that's Mr. James Park, P-A-R-K.
No, and I would just say that if there was a ranking, we were they ranked, or were they just in?
They were not, sir.
They were
We
not,
just
okay, I was
interviewed
gonna say,
them.
if they were ranked, we'd take the top one, but if they're not, Mr. Park is fine.
All right, I'll go ahead and move to ratify this evening's appointments, if there's a second.
Second?
Very good. Madam City Clerk, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker.
Aye.
And Mayor Jung.
Aye.
Passes 4 with Councilmember Dunlap absent. Thank you.
Now we're at the consent calendar. Do any council members have items they'd like to pull from the consent calendar? I know that Councilman Zara has already pulled number 6.
I just have some comments on item number 14, but if it would go to the end of the meeting, then I perhaps should pull it for now.
Indeed, sir.
Okay.
So Mayor Pro Tem would like to pull 14. Councilman Silva or Councilman Zara, any other items?
Not for me.
I'll note that one of the callers requested to pull item 19, but that is not a consent calendar item. That is a regular business, so.
Right, it was 20, and it's, yeah.
Oh, or 20, yes,
Yeah.
thank you. I'm back on ARPA money.
All right, very good. If it's all right with the council members, we'll discuss both item number 6 and number 14 after we've gone over the agenda. We've got a public hearing item first that I'd like to get to, if you don't mind. And we can, absolutely.
I'll move the balance.
So we have
Or second.
first and a second. Go, Madam City Clerk, if you'd be kind enough as to take the roll.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker.
Aye.
And Mayor Jung.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
So this is a public hearing item. It's the Hub Student-Oriented Housing Development Project located at 2601, 2701, and 2751 East Chapman Avenue. I see Director Allen ready to present. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Young. You're correct. Property is located on the north side of Chapman Avenue, bounded by Commonwealth on the west and the off-ramp for the 57 freeway on the east. You'll recall that this project was before you back in November. Project originally started with 420 units and 376 parking spaces, but has revised several occasions since coming before the Planning Commission and the Council the first time, and is down to 377 units and 630 spaces before considering the conditions placed on the project by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission did unanimously review and recommend approval to you in December of this year. Again, this is a student-oriented housing project with just under 12,500 square feet of ground floor neighborhood serving commercial. It's a mix of bedrooms, range of sizes between micro and studio units up to 4-bedroom units, including 2-level townhomes to provide a variety of housing types and choices. Some of this information you've seen before, so we'll go through it quickly. The primary access to the site is off of Chapman. This is a right-in, left-in, right-out only restricted movement. There is secondary access along the northern property line for emergency vehicles as well as deliveries. The project has evolved to expand the footprint of the parking structure. In doing so, it provides additional parking and the reduction in units. You can see the structure increases westerly on the ground floor and subsequent floors above. As is often asked, the question of what are the public improvements on Commonwealth. The project is conditioned to rehabilitate the pavement through the median. The median was constructed somewhat recently by the University House project, as was the west side of that street. And then on Chapman, the project is required to reconstruct the pavement for at least the number 2 and number 3 lanes, depending on the scope of the damage created during the construction project. So the project that's coming before you this evening, which is the version that went to Planning Commission, has further revised their site plan to add a parking deck to the top floor of the parking structure. So you can see that in the bottom portion of the screen. That's how they were able to continually increase the number of parking provided. And also based on the feedback that they received from the public and from the council the last time the project was here, they opened up the corner at the commercial ground floor and floors above on Commonwealth and Chapman. So just to recap some of the changes through parking that have evolved over time, this project originally started out with a 0.27 per bed rate, is up to a 0.54 per bed rate before applying the conditions of approval that the Planning Commission recommended. Other changes that occurred since you last saw the project were the corner bedroom has been removed at Commonwealth and Chapman. This creates an inset corner, reducing the building mass of the upper stories at the intersection. And the color scheme has also been lightened, and additional colors and materials have been added to that facade to kind of spruce it up. I think there were some comments and concerns regarding the nature of the color palette, so that's been changed, and we'll see what some pictures look like in the next few slides. And also the windows have been further articulated, so you have additional depth and detail to the building. This is a long, narrow site, so the applicants really had a challenging site to work with from the architecture. So you can see how the project's been lightened up on the western section. And then on the bottom imagery, you see that the corner now essentially is a framed open building with that corner room removed on the second floors and above. They've also heard your comments regarding landscaping and added a number of locations for landscaping throughout the project. There's been green screen added on the ground floor as well as the parking structure, hanging areas, plant areas on the upper floors. The Paseo has also received a number of green treatments. We'll just walk through these here. So you can see that green screen's been added to the parking structure. I know that was some of the comments coming from council in terms of the view, particularly from those exiting the freeway and seeing that aspect of the property. You can also see in the bottom left imagery, you've got additional planting on the second floor levels that'll kind of terrace down. Also in the Paseo, they've added planting as well as the opportunity for trees to come up through the patio cover area to add green to that area. So really heard the comments with respect to landscaping. There are also a number of questions or some questions regarding the ability to use alternative transportation, both bike and ped circulation aspects of this project. As part of the change to the parking structure, the project was able to relocate the location for bicycle storage for residents. So that's prominently located by the entrance. And the project is also conditioned for the applicant to fund just under $60,000 for contributions for sidewalk enhancements as well as modifications to bike lanes and bike and ped signals, both at Commonwealth and Chapman and Commonwealth and Nutwood, which will ensure that residents can utilize alternative transportation to go northerly to the campus. That was a condition that was added when the project went to Planning Commission, along with 3 other conditions to highlight. The first was to recognizing that the project is pretty much maxed out with what can be parked on site at the 0.54 per bed rate. The commission did require a condition that off-site parking be found up to provide for a rate of 0.7 per bed, and that could be anywhere on a Cal State Fullerton lot or other property so that it's within 500 feet of the project site. This would be something that would be incorporated into the parking management plan that's required to be provided and reviewed by the community development director. Also on the Commonwealth-facing elevation, in order to kind of break up the mass and follow more of the rhythm that you see of the building on Chapman, the condition was added to kind of break the massing of the building horizontally on the Commonwealth-facing elevation, generally in the area that I've got highlighted on the screen. And then the third condition was to utilize some of the ground plane design elements that you see easterly on Commonwealth and Chapman, where you've got more of a radius corner on the ground plane. The commission recommended that same radius corner, which would kind of free up some of the area on the ground rather than having a hard 90. So the applicant heard those comments, heard those conditions of approval, and just wanted to show you that they've made strides to address those conditions. Obviously, these will be fully reflected in the construction documents that would move forward. But the top shows you how they've removed a bedroom on the second floors and above to create that break, kind of following the same rhythm that you see on the Chapman edge. And similarly, the bottom right shows you that they have done that radius curve both on the ground floor, and also the sign band shows that same radius meeting those conditions of approval. So there's a number of applications included in the request. The first is for the major site plan. So the major site plan, again, looks at the site plan, the landscape, the elevations. These are the same tables that you saw once before, so I won't belabor it unless there's questions. The second application is a subdivision. The project is currently several parcels, 3 parcels, 2 owners. So the tentative parcel map would consolidate these into one ownership parcel. The third application is a general plan revision to change from office to high-density residential, which is consistent with the surrounding designations. The zoning amendment also changes from office professional to specific plan. Again, we are pursuing a specific plan because of the unique site characteristics associated with implementing the general plan and doing a student housing use. The specific plan is the regulatory document that implements the zoning rather than the municipal code. The zoning becomes the specific plan document. Included in that is also discussion on infrastructure, urban design, and has as the sole permitted use by right the student-oriented housing and the supporting uses that you see on the screen. This property is located within the education focus area of the general plan, so it is implementing the numerous objectives to add a variety of housing opportunities, improve town and gown relationship, and create a college town atmosphere with multifamily housing for students and faculty. This project did require review for the California Environmental Quality Act. And you've heard this presentation before. So the several mitigation measures were identified with respect to air quality and geology that are typical for a project of this scale. So the project will have several mitigation measures in addition to conditions of approval. The several outside agencies did comment on the project. They were provided responses. None of those comments required any sort of recirculation. And as the project has been revised to increase parking spaces and reduce units, that has been analyzed as well and results in no new or substantially greater impacts. Just to remind you on the traffic and the water and sewer topics, the city did review and scope the transportation assessment that was prepared for the project under the supervision of the city's traffic engineer. And the project has no effects on transportation. Project will pay the traffic impact fees in addition to the street improvements, and they will also be modifying the signing and striping on Chapman that restricts the turning movement that we talked about. On the water and sewer side, the city's water management plan and the sewer master plan both show that the project can fit within the existing projections. And with that, we have 4 resolutions and 2 ordinances before you this evening. I'm available to answer any questions, and the applicant team is here with me as well.
Thank you, Director Allen, for your presentation. I now open the public hearing. The applicant will have up to 10 minutes to speak, followed by public speakers wishing to comment on the matter. And then the applicant will be afforded 5 minutes for a rebuttal accordingly. If we can have the applicant come up.
Good evening, Mayor Jong and Council. It's really a pleasure to be back with you again this evening. My name is Rob Bach. I'm a Development Director with Core Spaces, and I've got our partner, Alec Paddock with Amplify Development with us here this evening, as well as a few members of our project team, particularly our architect, DLR Architects, and our land use consultant, Kinley Horn Associates. If there are any more questions on that, we can pull them into the conversation as well. If there's any specifics we can talk through. But Heather, thanks again for the thorough introduction. Really kind of spoke through all the changes we've made throughout the lengthy process. We've really been at this formally with the City of Fullerton for over a year and a half, and informally prior to that, before we were able to get our sites under control, probably been almost 3 years now. So, we're really excited to be here tonight to kind of talk through everything that all the changes we've made thus far. Which we really appreciate. Coming out of the last city council meeting in the beginning of November, I really appreciate everyone kind of giving key feedback on what are the changes that we need to make this a successful project for Fullerton as we come into the community. And we really listened, both from the city council, and then when we went back to Plan Commission, was able to vet through a lot of the changes that we made, really discuss the revised proposal, because I know that was one of the concerns when we brought that forth to city council previously, that really didn't get vetted at the Plan Commission. So being able to go back, vet through the project, hear additional community feedback, do additional community outreach to some of the folks that that spoke at those hearings, so we can really talk through issues. I think it's really just made for a much better project overall, and we're really excited about where the project ultimately is at tonight, and in front of you for consideration this evening. So Heather did comment on the 4 key things that we walked away from the city council meeting last time. And so that was increased parking. So we were able to get 44 additional spaces within the garage, within the structure on our site. And Alec will be talking through some additional measures as a safety net that we've been able to come to as well. Additionally, bike safety, because we think this is a highly walkable, highly bikeable project getting up to campus. So we'll be contributing approximately $60,000 to improvements along Commonwealth and the corner at Nutwood. And then building design is really one of the key focal elements. One of the things we were really excited on this project at the very beginning, but it really wasn't kind of coming through as strongly as we think it could be. So we took a step back, we really looked at the design, and able to kind of create a really cool corner element at the corner of Chapman and Commonwealth. Because it's a gateway to the community up through the campus. We really want to celebrate that. So I think the proposal is before you, that new design, it's really going to be iconic and celebrated within the community. So we're really excited for that component. We're able to embellish the landscape at the pedestrian realm, as well as adding to our paseo element, which I think is something that hopefully the community really latches onto. Something they populate that space, they activate that space, both tenants within our building as well as the surrounding community. And it's a gathering space, which will be great for our new community. And then finally, I think one of the pieces that we talked on was with local hiring. So since the last city council meeting, we have done outreach to a lot of the key trades here locally and in Orange County, and they will be participating in our bid process as we start to get to the next phase and get into construction. So those are the key pieces I wanted to highlight, and appreciate all of that direct feedback. Hope the proposal before you shows how we really listened, took a step back, and incorporated all the key features into the new project proposal in front of you. So with that, I'll hand it over to Alec to talk through some of the other parking considerations that we're working on.
Thanks, Rob, and good evening, and hello again. So I think Rob hit on kind of many of the key changes that we've made to the project and our project team has made over the last couple of months. One thing I wanted to highlight is a number of strategic public-private partnerships that we've been working on with Cal State University Fullerton, really since the last city council meeting in November. The university has been kind of a supporter of this project from the initial stages of this process, and they've been wonderful to work with and have agreed to support the project in a number of ways. Kind of the biggest component of their participation will be a supplemental parking lease that will allow us to lease up to 185 parking stalls in the university-owned parking lot S, which is 300 feet from the project site between our project and Nutwood. Those stalls will be available to us on an as-needed basis to serve our residents in the condition that the parking on site does not provide adequate supply for our residents. It's our belief that the demand for our project and our residents will be met with the parking that we're providing on site, but we're implementing this as kind of a safety net and stopgap in the case that there is an overflow problem, and that was kind of a lot of the feedback we received from each of you and from the community at our last meeting. So we're very excited to be working with the university. They've been wonderful partners to work with thus far. And this is an agreement that will be in place for a 5-year term initially, with the option to continue it in the future if needed. The other kind of alternative transportation initiatives that the university is offering to our residents, that they offer to all students of Cal State University Fullerton, include subsidized OCTA bus passes, subsidized Metrolink passes, subsidized Amtrak passes, They have a car sharing program that students are allowed to utilize in lieu of using their own cars. They also have a special rideshare program where they have dedicated Lyft and Uber drivers that will only respond to university students. And they also have a bike sharing program that they offer to students. So all of these alternative transportation measures will be available to our residents and promote kind of the alternative transportation initiatives that we're really promoting in this project to reduce the dependence on car use. So with that, I guess we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much for your the applicant for coming. Do we have any public comments, Madam City Clerk?
We have several hands raised. Heather, Greg, what are Katie Savant and John Hanna applicants, or are they public comments?
Katie's with Cal State.
Okay, so they're public comments. All right. The name sounded just familiar enough. I wanted to double check. Katie, now that I've said your name, we're going to start with you. Katie, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, good evening. Could you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Katie Savant, and I'm the Director of Local Government and Community Relations for Cal State Fullerton. I'm calling tonight to express the university's support for the proposed Hub Fullerton project at the northeast corner of Chapman and Commonwealth Avenue, only a few minutes walk to the Cal State Fullerton campus. CSUF has the largest student population of about 41,000 students out of the 23 CSU campuses. We serve Southern California and are the only CSU in Orange County. At CSUF, only 5% of students currently live on campus, leaving 39,000 to seek housing from the surrounding areas, not because they choose to, but because we haven't been able to meet the demand of housing on our campus. Even if we fully build out the campus master plan for 5,000 beds, we still will only house 12% of the student body population. We rely on the community to provide housing for our students, especially non-traditional students such as those with families, caregivers, or those who may need disability support to attend classes. More than half of our students reside within the campus zip code of 92831 and walk, bike, scooter, or skateboard to school. Since President Virgie came to campus, he has worked hard to change the perception that CSUF is a commuter school. Our students live within walking distance of the campus, and many students, nearly 4,000, also have jobs on campus. CSUF has several alternative transportation programs available to our students to reduce car dependencies. CSUS has Zip Cars, a car-sharing service that replaces car ownership with shared use of campus fleet vehicles for anyone 18 years or older, with all gas and insurance included. We also have just doubled our car fleet service, and 50% of Zip Cars are now located off of Commonwealth between Chapman and Netwood. We offer a heavily subsidized U-Pass for $20 a month to provide transportation anywhere throughout Orange County between Long Beach and Dana Point. Our students receive a 25% discount on Metro train throughout Southern California and a 15% discount on Amtrak trains throughout the nation. We have 9 dedicated Lyft stops on campus, and Jack's Bikes, also located at Chapman and Commonwealth, offers the perfect location to provide air and repair for our bike commuters. The Hub Fullerton developer has offered to support these transportation programs. We are actively working together on an agreement to facilitate an overflow parking solution to further support construction of the hub by leasing 185 parking spaces to the developer for use during non-peak hours, such as overnight Monday through Thursday from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. and all day on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. The hub would have full access to the 185 spaces as needed for overflow parking for both residents and guests of the hub during these designated hours. The terms of the lease are being reviewed by risk management and legal, and we anticipate a final agreement within the next few weeks. We fully support the hub and are looking forward to the project coming to fruition to provide much-needed student-oriented housing to our community.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
And the next speaker is John Hanna. You should be able to unmute.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name's John Hanna. I'm a resident of Orange, but a Cal State Fullerton alumnus, class of 1974. And when I was first started attending, the 57 freeway didn't exist. So I had lived in Costa Mesa, it was a long way. So student housing close to the campus is something that I remember needing. Tonight, I'm representing the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, including many who reside in Fullerton. And I speak in support of this project. As the applicant noted, he has talked with a number of building trades. We don't have an agreement, but even without that agreement, this is a great project. We have, and for a number of reasons, there's a significant need for student housing. Housing insecurity is a big problem. I'm also a community college trustee, although I'm not speaking as that trustee, but we have a lot of students who have housing insecurity, who sleep in their cars. Additional student housing, particularly when it's mixed with faculty, is a good idea. The second is this developer's made a number of changes in response to community concerns as well as council concerns. That's an indication that you've got a good partner. Third, he's talking about public-private partnerships. These partnerships are critical to the success of public entities because it's the efficiency that comes from the private sector that helps public sectors get the job done. And finally, I would say the developer is considering using a skilled and trained workforce with a local hire component for some of this work. And what that will do is it will allow local Fullerton residents and the residents from adjoining communities to be able to work closer to where they live. That reduces vehicle emissions. And the South Coast Air Quality District has concluded that this can lead to a reduction in air pollution. And we need to be cognizant of that because building does, and if you're having people coming in from the Inland Empire or Los Angeles, you're going to have a lot of vehicle miles traveled. A local hire component with a skilled and trained workforce with local apprentices will help that. So I would urge the council to support this, and I want to commend the developer and the applicant for this wonderful project.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Alex Zamora. You should be able to unmute.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alex, and I'm a very proud member of LIUNA, which stands for the Laborers International Union of North America. Tonight, I'm speaking in support of the developers, but also on behalf of this proposed project. Anytime responsible developers partner with responsible builders, it's a very, very good thing for any area, but in this case, especially the very beautiful city of the Laborers Union prides itself in utilizing professionally trained construction workers from state-accredited training facilities. I think any project that is for the youth or young adults or anybody just starting out should really take the extra effort to build this responsibly and correctly, and we can be a part of that. I ask that you please continue with the Planning Commission recommendation and approve this project so we can all partner in building something very great for the future leaders of Fullerton City and all this area. Thank you so much, everybody, and God bless.
Thank you. Next comment.
And Bill Quisenberry, you should be unmuted.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Bill Quisenberry. I'm also a member of LIUNA, and I want to reiterate what Brother Zamora just stated. This project is going to be an opportunity for apprentices to be employed on the site, and the developer has chosen to partner with one of our contractors, which in effect will mean the scopes of work for our work will be a skilled and trained workforce. Also, I live in the city of Fullerton. I live west of State College, approximately off of Nutwood Avenue. And I see this underutilized, aged office building a few times a week. So I welcome a new product and functional piece of architecture to furnish housing for the students at Cal State. And, this is going to be a benefit almost regionally because it's going to take these students off the freeways. They're going to be able to walk to class. Another benefit will be that they'll be able to produce more business in the local retail area. They can walk to those places of business. So overall, I think this is a great project, and I ask the council to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
And Tony Package. You should be able to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Tony.
Hi, how you doing? Hey, I'll let my wife speak first because she has some questions and then I have some comments.
Susan Petrella here. I had a question about, I wasn't familiar with this project, so I have a question as to where are cars going to be coming in and out? They're going to be coming in and out on Chapman. You've already got so much congestion there with people exiting the 57 and then coming in from Placentia Avenue. It backs up during the day all the time for, cars turning right from Placentia going west on Chapman. So I'm just curious about that, why the in and out's not on Commonwealth.
It is on Commonwealth.
And then my other question is, I'd have to dispute the gentleman that said about air pollution. You're building right next to the 57. You also have significant warehouse development, a huge project off of Orange Thorpe between State College and Acacia that's going to bring, large big rigs. So the 57 will see even more truck traffic, which will bring pollution. So I would have to dispute that gentleman about air quality.
Okay, this is Tony back again. I see this project and I'm very interested in the project and I feel it's got some merits, but it keeps talking about student-oriented housing. Please define what makes this different than normal housing that's being built, besides the location to the university. Anyhow, what's to prevent non-students from even non-teachers from renting this place out? You're close to the 57 entrance, and that would just be perfect for somebody who's a commuter to move into this neighborhood and they have quick access to the 57. And I hate to break this to everybody, but students have vehicles. Every student has a car. And the reason they have a car is because they're not just students. They are actually residents and they move around and go places, visit people, entertainment, stuff like that. And here's something I don't want to blow your mind with, but I live in Cocoa Palms. It's a 2-bedroom condos, right? We have one student housing in there that it's 2 bedrooms. They've corded off the living room, so they've got a 3rd bedroom. So that's possibly 3 people there and there. But maybe there's some couples, so let's make 4, 5, 6, or 7. But what we suspect by looking at how many people walk in and out of there, then they put bunk beds in there, so there might be 12 people sleeping in that 2-bedroom condo, and all of them have vehicles, which we have to figure out where to park. So we have an issue.
Thank you, Mr. Package. Next speaker.
Jane Rands, you should be able to unmute. Jane Rands?
What do you want to watch next?
Can you hear me?
You're very faint. If you can get closer to your device.
Oh, sorry.
There you are.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to discuss about the efforts that the developer is making to facilitate safe and convenient transportation for active transit users. I did have a conversation with Alec. He was kind enough to contact me and discuss bringing this project, even after your decision tonight, to the Active Transportation Committee to follow through on the role of the Active Transportation Committee. As Jane Ryford noted earlier, I want to restate the resolution, the portion that pertains here. The roles and duties of Active Transportation Committee are as follows, and we shift down to item H. It says make recommendations related to public and private development affecting active transportation, which that's been acknowledged and lauded here tonight, which shall be incorporated as part of the project approval process through the Planning Commission or City Council and other city agencies as appropriate. Now, the unfortunate thing is Alec told me that this did not come before the Active Transportation Committee, and they would have been happily done that, but no one in staff alerted them to the fact that this was part of our process. So what I'm asking as a member of the Active Transportation Committee, and is that all the great plans that they have, that they please bring them to the committee. You know, there's always lots of time before the actual development occurs, the actual building happens, so that we can adjust things that may not work just right for people who are maybe, you know, walking, biking, using scooters, skating, all those things that were mentioned. So the idea is that this project is meant to be there for 100 years. It's meant to support the students. It's meant to support residents who are non-students that will live there. It's meant to be a benefit to our community, and like to take full advantage of this opportunity to ensure that that does occur. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next comment.
And Jane Rifer, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, hello again. I have three basic comments. One is most of the projects that that get to reduce parking are also providing affordable housing for that trade-off, I guess you can say. And I know I heard there's supposed to be some small component of affordable housing in here, but I would like to see more. And the city is going to be discussing the affordable housing quandary in great detail this year, and I would hope that this project can contribute. Last time I spoke about this project at council, I mentioned that some of the numbers that were being used were from the College Town specific plan, and it was mentioned that that was not the case, but I'm looking right here on page M28 of the traffic assessment, and it clearly says that the peak hour factors were taken from data collected for the College Town specific plan, and that was in 2014. In addition, since the parking is being increased, the project cannot take a reduction for the parking credit that they used in their trip generation numbers. So the delta that I'm trying to figure out is if a level of service F increases by 2 seconds, as is in a certain intersection, that then there's an effect on transportation. And the intersection at State College and Chapman is now having a delay of 1.6 seconds due to this project. Is it possible that 0.4, less than half a second of delay, would be caused by this project with these new numbers? I did not see an analysis in the staff report. I looked, there's a mini analysis for the environmental impact, but not for this traffic effect, really. So could that be looked into before this goes too much further? We need to mitigate our transit issues, our active transportation issues, and our traffic issues. And if the project induces the effect, it should help mitigate the effect. The other issue was the air quality. I spoke with Alec Paddock as well. He was very kind. He mentioned that it shouldn't be a problem to increase the filtration to MERV 15. Otherwise, it is in excess of the air quality standards being near a freeway. There's a technical reason why that didn't come up in the studies, but the study had been done for College Town again, and it showed that it was a significant and unavoidable impact that people would get cancer after a number of years because of the position of the building where it's located, unless they used a higher filtration system. So I'm asking for that. I don't think it'll be a very large cost, and of course it'll be wonderful for residents, including the HVAC and the air intake systems.
And that's your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Next comment.
And caller let's see, my other caller just disappeared. Richard Lysario, I apologize if I have your name incorrect, but you can unmute and correct me.
Hello, this is Richard Lysario. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, council members, staff. I think this project is something really great. I lived in the Streams Apartments on the other side of the college, 2-bedroom, 7 people. I had a 1968 Bug, but I rode my bike over the bridge every day, Yorba Linda Boulevard. Housing close to the school, great idea. I am a 3rd-generation LIUNA member. I've been a member of Labor's Local 652. My dad was a member there. My grandfather was a member there. So my life has been Orange County. I did training years on apartments in Fullerton. I'm 100% for this project. I live Orange County, never want to move out. All I can say is let's move forward with this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
And there are no more hands raised.
Thank you. I'd like to, at this time, bring the applicant back. There are some concerns or questions that require addressing from our public, if you'd be kind enough. And I'll go through them with you.
Absolutely.
And give you the opportunity to answer. The cars entering and leaving concern in terms of the project, what street will that be in?
Yeah, so I don't know if we can bring up the site plan or if we need to or not, but the thing I'd say generally is that we spent excessive time working with the city staff and the city's transportation engineering department to really vet through the circulation of the overall project. So it was determined that the primary entry being at essentially the center block was the most, the best solution for the overall project. So all vehicular access back into the parking garage will be off of Chapman. We went through and did a right turn only out. There's a left turn into the project as you're going easterly on Chapman. And then on Commonwealth, so that whole fire lane along the backside is just for emergency vehicles, trash pickup, retail loading, so only authorized vehicles. And that's one way going easterly and then exiting onto Chapman. So this was studied extensively, and then also in the city-led transportation impact study as well. So all of those reports are within our documents, and it was very, very well coordinated with staff. So ultimately it was supported.
There's also an air pollution concern based on the proximity of the 57 freeway, and I think another caller asked for a higher filtration system to mitigate that. Your comments there, sir.
Yeah, so I guess I can't speak to exactly what program or what type of filters she was speaking about. It's something that we can definitely look into. Potentially, I don't know, Alec, if you have any history on that, but air quality was studied through the CEQA process as the city-led agency. So I don't know if there's anyone from staff who can speak to it, but we can definitely look into it. And if it is something that is supportable or actually makes sense, it's definitely something that we can look at incorporating into the project.
Then we had another concern about what the definition of student housing is in reference to this project, if you'd be kind enough as to answer that.
Yeah, so I think kind of some of the key differences between a student-oriented project and a typical multifamily project. So our units are fully furnished. Our lease terms are by the bed and not by the unit. And they correspond to the academic calendar. So leases start in August, September, at the start of the school year, and end in the summer months. So those are really the key elements. And generally, the units, the design, the programming of the building is all geared towards students and someone in that flavor of life. And so there's an extensive management component to that as well, which is why Core Spaces, while we are a developer, we also are an operator and manager. And we will be managing this project with the institutional quality management. And there's a lot of very hands-on components that we've learned over many, many years of doing this in the business that we're going to bring that institutional quality to how this building is ultimately managed and how it lives within the community.
And then there was a concern about bringing this to the Active Transportation Committee. Is that something that there's a willingness to do that? And include them in the process?
If that's something that the council would request of us, I'm not familiar with that process, what that would entail. I think that question had come up previously at a public hearing, and staff said that actually wasn't part of the process. And so I'd kind of defer to staff on if that's something that we should be going through or not. So
Certainly. The affordable housing element to the project, if there is one?
Yeah, so I think the way that we are approaching that is ultimately that within this building we have a very wide range of unit types. Everything from a micro unit up to 4 bedrooms, and particularly we try to have kind of a barbell approach to our unit types, where we're able to offer units that are at a lower price point, and those are typically our kind of custom designed double occupancy units. So that's essentially a large 2-bedroom that has 2 beds in each bedroom with a patented furniture solution to subdivide that. So that's sort of our lowest price point in the building, which we were really focused on incorporating in this project. They're usually our quickest to lease up units in all of our buildings across the nation, because it is that lower price point. But we also get that stellar institutional management, all the security, all the access control, all the amenities at that lower price point. So we really focused on just trying to get a diversity of unit types to be able to get to a lower price point that's more approachable for the project, so we can serve as many community members as we possibly can.
And the final concern was a traffic impact analysis. Can you comment on that, sir?
I'm trying to think of the exact question on that one, but so the traffic impact analysis was completed, and since I guess if I remember correctly, essentially the original study was done based off of a unit count, and our original unit count was 420 units. And then when we dropped down units, obviously it decreased the amount of impact that we ultimately had. So staff had, since we weren't the lead agency that the city is, all of that has been run through the city's transportation consultant, and was found to be no impact as we were making those changes to the project.
Very good, thank you. Before we bring it back to council and close the public hearing and discuss the matter, do any members of council have questions for staff or the applicant?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, or
we'll go left to right. Councilman Silva.
All right, thank you. No, I just want to acknowledge the developers for taking our concerns from the previous meeting and making the adjustments, the corrections. And I know I was one of the first, when I spoke with you way back about affordable housing and so forth, but this is not typical housing, if you will. It is directed towards students, so I can appreciate that as well. And I do appreciate the effort to contribute to figure out how to get the students from there up to Cal State on the bike lane. So just want to acknowledge that they did listen and they made some adjustments, and that's a good partnership that we have. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I followed with interest the presentation that was made back at the Planning Commission, and I commend you on being able to obtain the full support of the Planning Commission, and that was important to me. But there's one element here that I need more clarification on. The ancillary parking, the additional, call it overflow parking, I guess, was, by my understanding, intended by the Planning Commission to be permanent. And it sounds as though this isn't really meeting that specification.
So as Alec mentioned, the initial term of the parking agreement that we've come forth with Cal State Fullerton, that term is based off of their typical contracts. So they just don't do longer term contracts. That is kind of the term we have there. But we do have options we're going to look to have options to renew, so we can continue that if it is needed. But I will kind of fall back on, we feel that this project is completely adequately parked for what our ultimate requirements are going to be. Anecdotally across our portfolio of buildings, our parking counts we're seeing decreasing across our projects. To try to project out what will be needed in 10 years is even difficult. We think it'll be less than what we are today. But ultimately, the other thing I'd say too, right? If we cannot extend that parking term, it's really a risk on our side, right? If folks are coming to us, wanting to bring their cars, and we can't house them in our building, we don't have another place to put them, they're not going to lease with us. They're going to go to one of our competitors. And so us as investing in this project, what we put forth as our parking counts. I really see it as a risk on our side that we won't be able to fill our building if we don't have adequate counts, is why we've studied this extensively, and we feel we have, certainly provided enough parking even on our site. But really what this extra parking agreement with Cal State Fullerton is, as Mike, it's a safety net, it's a backstop.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying about if people won't come there if the parking isn't available, but we have many other locations in the city where there's extreme overflow parking is an ongoing condition. So they do still have residents, and those residents do have more automobiles than they can park, on premises. So, I guess my understanding was different from the Planning Commission.
Director Allen.
Certainly. Just to add some clarity on what the condition actually says. So for reference, it's really kind of contained in two conditions in the major site plan resolution. So the first is that they have to provide a parking management plan. The first one of those comes to the director prior to building permit issuance, but then we also review it on an annual basis prior to subsequent school years of starting. So basically in the second condition, part of that parking management plan includes how they're meeting that off-site parking requirement of 0.7. So the commission really was, to your point, felt like it was important to have this in perpetuity. Certainly they could come back and request a modification to the condition, but didn't want to necessarily lock in the parties of the lease, any kind of details of the lease term, because that would really be they would report to us on an annual basis that they were in compliance at this location. We would review it as part of the parking management plan. If they were out of compliance, then they're out of compliance with their conditions of approval. Or if they don't need it, they could certainly come back and modify the condition. But it's our intent that as written, it's essentially something that is in perpetuity and reviewed on an annual basis.
Yeah, it still would be subject to modification from the sound of it, but thank you for that.
I'd just like to clarify, so, we outlined the terms of the current agreement with the university. If we were able to sign a 100-year parking lease or a lease of perpetuity, we would do that. But, these are the terms that we were able to obtain right now, but the requirement, as Heather mentioned, will fall on us in perpetuity, whether that's continues with the university or in another location. Again, ultimately, we will be meeting that obligation.
Well, I certainly, my intent was to get you on the record on this a little bit and to be reassured that there is an intention of maintaining that if it's necessary. Correct. I think any reasonable person would say over time, if your best projections were to happen, that obviously it would be rational and fair to alleviate that requirement at some point. But for you to provide the intent of this being ongoing as necessary, that's helpful. So I appreciate that.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Not at the moment, no.
All right. Councilman Zorro, please.
I have no questions, but I'd like to make some comments when it comes back to council.
At this time, I will now close the public hearing and bring this back to council. Councilman Zorro.
Yeah, thank you very much. I do want to thank the developer and with working with us and the Planning Commission and the staff to address some of the issues. You have certainly shown good faith, and that is much appreciated. I want to also thank Cal State Fullerton for accommodating this parking deal, and we're always looking for quality design, which you have succeeded in putting forth, and adding the green element is really important. The local hire component is something really unique, and it'll help bring some jobs to the local community. As far as traffic, which has always been an issue but we put faith in the studies that were made and put faith in the experts, and so far they have shown no significant increase in traffic circulation. Certainly this is a building that is replacing another building that had also already some traffic to it because it was a business. center. And then it adds housing, which is something obviously the state is requiring us to do, and to add student housing in a community that we pride ourselves of being an education community. I think this is an important project. So I'm happy with the outcome, and I would be supporting this tonight.
Thank you. Councilman Silva, do you have anything, sir?
No, just again, thanks for working with us and making the adjustments, and I look forward to breaking ground.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, any comments, sir?
Yes, appreciate the willingness to meet some of the concerns that the public had expressed. And I just, in understanding the long-term history of the relationship between Cal State University Fullerton and the city, each time I've met over the years serving as mayor with various presidents of the university, this is always a prime topic, the topic about inadequate capacity for the university. It's created so much friction over the years with their neighbors. And so that's why maybe it seems an unfair burden on this project, but to move in the direction of making sure that you don't amplify that problem, I think that's been the intent here. So I think it's much improved, and as I said, I certainly am moved by the unanimous support of the Planning Commission. So thank you for your efforts on this.
Thank you. I echo the comments made by my fellow council members. I think the project has, and those behind it have really heard what the public and the council and the Planning Commission have asked for, and the staff, and it's come out quite eloquently to some degree. I think a lot of this is based on faith. You are bringing this project on with the faith that it will be readily used and readily appreciated, and I am going to dictate my vote based on my faith in you, that you will have this excess parking, that it be transferable to some degree, if indeed you sell it within the 5 years of the parking's lease contract, that it be recorded accordingly, and that this be brought before the Active Transportation Committee for some sort of, I guess, brainstorm and hear what they'd have to say, and that indeed, if there's a possibility for this higher filtration system, that it be looked into as well. But that is my faith in you, and I look forward to a motion or and a second from council members here.
I will make the motion.
To clarify, it is
staff recommendation.
There you go, sir.
Thank you.
I'll second.
All right, Madam City Clerk, if you'd take the roll.
Councilmember Silva?
Aye.
Councilmember Zara?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker?
Aye.
And Mayor Jung?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. And yes, I'm going to read the two titles of the ordinances. This is ordinance number 3310, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fullerton, California, approving a zoning amendment to change the zoning classification from Office Professional OP to Pacific Plan District SPD on a 3.55 acre property located on the northeast corner of Chapman and Commonwealth Avenues. And ordinance number 3311, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fullerton, California, adopting the hub-specific plan to implement the land use regulations on a 3.55 acre property located on the northeast corner of Chapman and Commonwealth Avenues.
Thank you. On to regular business. We are, it is item number 18, the Hope Center building improvements. And I think we have, who's doing the presentation for that this evening? Mr. Post?
This will be
Director Fritzl?
Mr. Grantham, as soon as I
Grantham?
promote him
Got
up
it.
in Zoom.
Thank you.
He'll be presenting remotely tonight.
David, there you go. We can see your desktop. Now we can see your presentation. And I think you're ready to go.
All right, let's try that again. Can you hear me now?
And we can hear you. We're all set.
Fantastic, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. I am David Grantham, Principal Civil Engineer, and I do apologize for not being able to be in chambers tonight. The Hope Center Building Improvements Project is a multi-departmental project. We are now at the construction stage, and therefore engineering is leading the project, which is the main reason I am presenting tonight. So a little background to provide context for this project. So in 2017, passage of Assembly Bill 97 provided the opportunity to create the North Orange County Public Safety Collaborative. This collaborative was initially comprised of 6 cities, but the six expanded to 11 cities, with Fullerton being one of the founding members. Funding was provided for 4 years with requirements to create programs that address the 3 areas shown on the screen, but the funding did end June 30th, 2021. With the funding ending, but happy with the success of the collaborative, the police chiefs of the member agencies did start discussions to continue collaborative task force efforts. These discussions did result in rebranding the collaborative as the North Orange County Collaborative. And an integral part of this new collaborative is the Project Homeless Outreach and Proactive Engagement Team, better known as Project HOPE. As you can see, one goal of Project HOPE will be to lessen the first response of law enforcement personnel related to homeless calls, plus reduce the need for fire personnel to respond to lower level medical calls. As part of these discussions to continue the collaborative task force efforts, the partner agencies and stakeholders, such as St. Jude and Cal Optima, plus elected officials, were all supportive for providing a centralized location to share resources and ideas to better serve people experiencing homelessness in Fullerton and the surrounding areas. Thus, the Hope Center was proposed. The Hope Center will build on the regional collaboration of the North Orange County cities and partners who have taken the unprecedented step of working together to address homelessness on a regional basis. The center will be for our partners, our staff and volunteers who will serve the homeless population only. On the screen, you can see the proposed location, the existing building, city building. The proposed site here is located on Youth Way. It's adjacent to St. Jude. It's near the YMCA, to give some location context. The building is currently vacant, but has multiple existing separate office spaces, a conference room and a kitchen area, which is very conducive to the needs of the program. So as the previous and current photos show, the building is older and definitely in need of some TLC, in addition to code required improvements. The major building improvements are required by code, these being the restroom accessibility, asbestos abatement, electrical upgrades. However, the existing AC system is newer and in good condition. Due to the age of the building, though, new IT infrastructure and security is definitely needed. Site improvements will include utilizing a portion of the adjacent parking lot for agency vehicles and ambulance parking, which in turn requires security fencing, and accessibility improvements to the building are also required by code. I would like to note, though, that while the needed improvements are significant, the building as it stands today is not in a marketable condition, and leasing to a tenant would be very unlikely. The proposed improvements, I believe, can be considered beneficial not only for the Project Hope, but if needed, any potential other future use. Unfortunately, as you know, improvements are definitely not cheap and they're definitely not free. The estimated cost to build this project is $1.5 million, and that does include the contingencies and staff costs to get the project over the line. Staff has secured $650,000 of community development block grant funds for this project, but we will also utilize $85,000 facility capital repair funds. Those funds are programmed to address the abatement of the asbestos and lead paint. Unfortunately, this leaves a significant shortfall of approximately $825,000. Therefore, staff is requesting allocation of funds to address this shortfall. We have 7 recommendations before you tonight, but number 3 is the principal item to consider. Essentially, without additional funding, this project cannot move forward. Therefore, we are requesting consideration of allocating either ARPA funds or any available general funds. I am available to take questions, but since this is a multiple department project, I may need assistance from other staff, hopefully in chambers, who might be able to help address these questions.
Thank you, Mr. Grantham. We'll go to hear public comment on this item. Do we have any members of the public, Madam City Clerk, that wish to speak?
I see no hands raised in Zoom. Oh, we have one. I spoke too soon. Jane Reifer, you should be allowed to unmute.
Great. Thank you again. And I don't mean to tax your patience, but I look at this and I see that this is a substantial amount of city funds. And I'm wondering if any of this work can be done remotely. I absolutely believe in the mission of this project, absolutely. But can it be done in an existing building that doesn't need the rehab, or can it be done remotely? Can it be combined into one of our community centers, one that's not leased out maybe? Just so that the money can, if they're able to, I mean, I see so much in the capital part, and I'm really wanting to see the money in the operations part, so we can have the personnel to assist the homeless and really get them the services they need. I'm just mentioning that as a philosophical point, and I thank you very much because I do think this is a great project.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments?
We have no other hands raised.
Very good. We'll bring this back to council. Any council members wish to begin? Councilman Zora. Cheers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just really happy to see this come forward, and I want to thank all our partners in this. This is a big effort, and I especially want to thank our chief for taking an initiative on this as well. And I think this is something that we started talking about this council a couple of years ago, and I'm really happy to see us move forward with this, and hopefully this will be a beginning of trying to find really permanent solutions for our homelessness. So thank you. And I would like to make the motion to approve staff recommendations.
Very well. Any other council comments? Councilman Silva.
I'll second the motion, and again, I want to thank everyone involved, and especially the chief who's been on this, and of course, Mr. Grantham and all, but thanks for bringing this almost home.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I had concerns on this item when I was working through it because of the rapidly expanding costs, unknown liabilities, and a potential annual drain on the general fund. And I note that on this item, we're talking about possibly using our ARPA funds, but the fallback is the general fund as well. So I know I went back and read local news reports at the time when this was launched, and it was anticipating more participation, more cost participation by other entities. And so far, I don't really see any of that. And so just like any startup business, I'm a little bit concerned that this could become a steady drain. And I think we need to work to contain costs and or achieve more cost sharing from other beneficiaries on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I do want to address Mr. Reifer's comment that can this be moved to another building or another facility within the city that doesn't require the kind of capital improvements that this does. And I would advise her that the needs assessment that I asked for way back when would address just that. If indeed this we have something available to a project like this. But we don't have the kind of time and to wait around for that needs assessment to be done. I think that there is an eminent need for this in our community. If we expect to, as a community, to advance those that are unhoused and to defend our city ordinances, we have to have centers like this that remedy the problem. And my concern was that I'd like somebody on staff to be kind enough as to address the original project allocation for this seems less than the cost overage. What would be the reason behind that?
So I think I can take that, sir. When we originally brought this back in January of 2021, we hadn't seen any cost escalations or supply chain issues. We actually had the item for $750,000 at the time. Council made the decision to peel off some additional monies for Feed Fullerton because we were in the midst of the throes of the pandemic. To be honest, we thought we could do this project for about $400,000 in construction costs. When we bid it out, the results of those bids, the lowest bid was in the $750,000 range as a result of it's a supply chain issue. So our estimation and our timeline was extended. Originally, we had the idea that this would be open by July 1st, and it clearly is not, as we work through all of the issues that are more supply chain related. So that's really where the cost overages have come.
Thank you, Chief Dunn. I certainly appreciate the clarification. That said, I am supportive of this. I think we're duty bound as a municipality to find solutions to this problem. We've already invested heavily into it already, and I know that Chief Dunn and a lot of his staff and volunteers throughout the community have invested much of theirs, and I think we owe it to them to see this through to the finish line. So I am supportive of it, but be aware, Assemblywoman Quirk Silva and Senator Josh Newman, I'll be knocking on your door soon to fund this thing properly. We do have a motion and a second on the.
Thank you for clarification on the motion. Does the motion imply use of ARPA funds?
Yes. I just wanted to clarify that. Yes.
Great.
All right, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Madam City Clerk, take the roll.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker.
No.
And Mayor Jung.
Aye.
Passes 3-1.
Okay, next item is the all-important ARPA spending funding. Again, we are missing a council member this evening. I think we owe it to the council member to make sure that he is present when this is considered. However, I am told by our city manager that there are some things that are urgent in terms of pricing, so if we can speak on those, that would be
Sure. Thank you,
germane.
Mr.
Thank you.
Mayor. If we could give you an abbreviated presentation on this matter, possibly, we can touch on some of those points and then give a little bit of an overview, but touch on the specific points.
Very well. Go ahead, sir.
So if I turn it over to Ellis
Director
here.
Chang.
Thank you.
We see you again this evening.
So this evening, as the city manager had indicated, I'll provide a brief overview of ARPA parameters previously reviewed in prior agenda reports and then pivot to receiving direction from city council. So I'd actually like to begin with the review of the recommendations as they pertain to the input sought from city council this evening. On December 7th, City Council provided direction with respect to budget reductions and ARPA obligations. The direction was that about 11.9 million of ARPA allocation would be designated under the revenue replacement provision to support and stabilize city finances, and with the balance of 19.3 million of ARPA for City Council's selection of projects and programs within other U.S. Treasury expenditure categories. The first recommendation this evening is to request formal ratification of the direction previously provided and requesting City Council grant City Manager authority to determine application of the $11.9 million against budgeted projects or programs to support stabilization of government finances. The City Manager has identified and prioritized projects and programs for City Council consideration this evening. These potential ARPA projects and programs will be reviewed on slides 8 through 10. The city manager and department heads are available to address any specific questions as City Council makes its selection tonight or at a subsequent City Council meeting during this section of the presentation. Recommendations 3 and 4 request City Council grant city manager authority to manage as well as make budget and accounting adjustments to support ARPA spending and reporting in compliance with and in accordance with the ARPA spending plan to be ratified and obligated by City Council. In March 21, President Biden signed the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, into law. ARPA outlines 4 broad uses for ARPA funding as defined in its statutory language, as shown on this slide: public health, essential workers, revenue loss, water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, with broadband extended to include cybersecurity. Fullerton's allocation was $32.7 million. As previously reviewed, the expenditures on slide 4 are ineligible under ARPA. They are pensions, federal matching funds, outstanding debt, direct increases to reserves, and settlements or judgments. Non-compliance will result in audit findings, which may jeopardize future federal grant funding and return of inappropriately expended ARPA funds. This slide highlights some ARPA program requirements. ARPA expenditure timeframe is from March 3rd, 21 to December 31st, 24. However, ARPA monies may be expended through December of 26 if ARPA expenditures are formally obligated by City Council prior to December of 24. There are 7 eligible U.S. Treasury categories, which I will describe further on the next slide. Also, as indicated in prior agenda reports, revenue replacement is the broadest and most flexible use of ARPA. Utilizing ARPA funds under revenue replacement allows the city to apply ARPA to traditional government services and for discretionary projects or programs. Based on updated revenue information, the city's revenue replacement figure is currently estimated at between $24 to $27 million. So there are 7 U.S. Treasury categories ARPA funds are to be expended and reported on. They are here listed on slides 6 and 7. They are public health, negative economic impacts, services to disproportionately impacted communities, premium pay, infrastructure for water, sewer, and broadband projects, which also includes cybersecurity, revenue replacement, and administrative costs. On the table presented here on slides 8 and 9 is an overview of the proposed spending plan in order of priority recommended by the city manager. Staff requests City Council's selection of the desired projects and the dollar amount to be obligated against them. The proposed ARPA spending plan is organized by priority, project or program name, a brief description, U.S. Treasury category, and the recommended obligation amount. The identified projects and programs were selected for recommendation from the previously submitted ARPA funding project and program options presented to City Council on August 17th and December 7th of 21, and included in this agenda report as Attachment 1. The first 2 rows of the proposed spending plan are projects and programs previously designated by City Council. Row 3 is related to recommendation number 1, which ratifies 11.6 of the 11.9 million initially directed by City Council for revenue replacement to support stabilizing government finances. Row 4 is a request for the Hope Center, which was approved earlier this evening. The remaining proposed projects or programs are presented in rank order by the city manager's recommended priority. The recommended projects can be grouped into projects that address information technology needs, street infrastructure, public safety, and provisions of facilities or programs for community benefits. 8 of the 22 recommended projects, which total cost is estimated at about $2.3 million, are for information technology projects which will have cost escalation impacts should there be delays with approval this evening. Many vendors are increasing pricing by 15% and up to 30% if purchase orders are not issued by the end of this month. Hardware delivery times with an order placed by the end of this month are about 7 months out. Also, the largest allocation included in the priority list is about $10 million of street rehabilitation projects, which will enable the city to leverage water and sewer infrastructure improvements with street repairs. Additionally included are projects related to public safety, including upgrades to the city's emergency operations center, a portable backup generator for use at the community center, which also serves as an emergency shelter, and purchase of a Quint fire truck, which is already partially funded by a development project. Lastly, the final area of investment relates to community benefit project and programs such as the Hope Center, which was approved, reinstatement of limited service delivery at the library, facility improvements, and other funding for youth programs, as well as a utility subsidy for single-family residential customers experiencing financial impacts from COVID. If there are no questions at this time, I would like to request City Council approval of recommendations 1, 3, and 4, and then review recommendation number 2 using an Excel worksheet to note City Council project selections.
Thank you, Director Chang, for your presentation.
If I could just note, if there is consideration of, if you just want to carry this item over, but would like to address the IT items, those would relate to items number 3, 4, 5, and 6,
Okay.
10, 11, 12, and 15.
All right, before we do that, obviously, if we're going to discuss this, and again, I want to caution our public, this item was to be continued until we have a full council in attendance. That has been requested by city staff that we address some of the IT issues because the cost increases associated with that. So we are going to go ahead and take public comment on this, but again, I want to caution our public to speak only to those IT issues if indeed that's what you want to comment on. Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I see, I'm speaking slowly to give them a moment. I see no hands raised in Zoom.
Very good. Let's bring this back to council. If we've got some council members that would like to make some comments or ask questions accordingly. Councilman Zara, you seem ready, sir.
Yes, thank you. I do have just a question. One of the concerns that has been recurring throughout this last couple of years is public bathroom maintenance and park safety. Are there any projects here, any allocations that could be utilized to improve this? And
okay, is that a question that staff can answer, or is that direction for future?
Well, it could be both. I mean,
Okay.
if it's possible that we could allocate something here, I don't know if
You'd
there's
like
some,
to see it that in real form in terms of budget, right?
Exactly.
Okay,
yes,
very
yes.
good. If we could direct staff to have that number for the next
We could look
meeting.
at that and bring back some
Very good.
information at your next meeting.
Okay,
on that,
very
on
good.
that
Thank you
issue.
very much.
Anything else, sir? Okay, very good. Councilman Silva?
Yes, so just to be clear, we want to move forward with item,
Lucinda, can you project my screen again? Thanks.
with item 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, and 15, correct?
So on screen, I think it should be visible. We've highlighted in gray the items that
Okay.
are going to be experiencing some immediate cost escalations in gray. They are items number 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, and 15.
Okay.
And the total cost of all those shaded items is approximately $2.3 million.
Okay.
Thank you, because I heard you say 1 earlier, that's why I was wanting to be clear. All right. No, yeah, I know, based on the cost and the time frame to get these, I would be okay with that. But just into reference for next time, I would like to see, when we come back for the discussion, to look at possibly looking at an item for childcare. I know that's been, from what I've read and heard, that's one of the bigger issues that some workers, residents all across the country are dealing with. So I'd like to see if we can do that, and I think that falls under the negative economic impact category. I'm sorry, a service to disproportionately impacted communities. And I'd also like to see maybe some more assistance to the 2.2 housing assistance, rent, mortgage, and utility. And I know that another item that COVID has impacted some of our more disadvantaged communities the hardest. And I know that some of our nonprofits are really addressing that issue. So I'd like to have a discussion or to look at, can we provide more aid to these nonprofit organizations so they can easily distribute funding to these families who may have been have suffered greater impact than others. And again, I'd like to see that for discussion when we bring this back. Yeah, but with that, thank staff for putting this together and giving us a close look at what we need to do.
All right, very well. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
I see listed here some real and somewhat urgent needs, but having been involved in purchasing for many, many years, I am wary of panic buying, which happens sometimes under threat of rapidly escalating costs. I'm a believer in markets, and markets are self-correcting. And so often that urge to buy something quickly before it escalates even higher, when it's already at a very high level, it usually results in a bad buy. It just does. Second thing is, I agree with what the mayor has been saying too. We're down a council member here. This has been a very long-running tug of war over the ARPA funds, so I wouldn't be prepared to support anything tonight.
Thank you, sir. Just something briefly. We're talking about $32.7 million in ARPA funds. We've already allocated 11.6 for revenue replacement, 1.3 for the navigation center to support homeless efforts, 151,000 to the museum, and now this evening 825,000 to the Hope Center. We are using these funds at great peril, I think, long term, if we don't really look upon these seriously and figure out what really is a need. Oh, that's all a need, but what's an eminent need, as opposed to what can wait? Wait for what? I suppose that's the ultimate question. That said, we have staff requesting that the IT take a priority and that we save some sort of cost, and it is a $2.3 million expenditure, so I don't take that lightly. So if we can go and have something a little bit more than just a one-line description of what that is, I think that's helpful for the council up here. If indeed it's
The need here isn't so much just the price issue. Is we have some really urgent issues with our IT systems, and maybe the chief can speak to this real briefly. I've been coming up to speed in several meetings with our IT staff and consultants, and am learning that there is significant urgency to a number of these issues that are creating vulnerability in our systems, and the chief is living with this, and I know has been working real hard on it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you for that. Let's go one by one, Chief, and this may make it a little bit easier for you to, and our public to digest. So, citywide computer replacement, Windows 10, for a cost of almost $500,000, $471,000. Sir.
So when I took over IT, there was no replacement schedule for computers purchased by the city of Fullerton. So we would buy them and we would use them until they die. And so the computers that we have replaced a great number of computers through support of the council over the years. A vast majority of these 175 did not have Windows 10 on them. We have since paid to upgrade them, but not all of the computers can accept the size of the program. And so we know that we need to get these on a replacement schedule. And so this was our attempt. We brought this up originally and we were asked to hold it in abeyance until we got to ARPA decision time, and that's how it made it on this list. But the city is trying to get into a better position for having up-to-date patchable computers and have them on a replacement schedule that makes sense for our city instead of trying to find money every time that we need to replace something.
And just so our public understands, we have computers here that are running Windows 7, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
I think I ran that in high school, Chief. Okay, very good, sir. Then we have a EOC upgrade. We can, and that's $182,000.
I think the next one down, sir, is PD monitoring consultant for CLETS.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading the staff report list. Okay, go ahead, sir. Yes.
So the police department has to comply with CLETS and CGIS. Those are the requirements for how we keep people's personal information or criminal histories. We underwent an audit and were found to be out of compliance, and we're working with the California DOJ to become in compliance. One of their requirements is that we have a full-time monitoring service to monitor any threats that come in and are dealt with directly. In some instances, those are actually handled by IT employees, but we're not paying an IT employee to do that. And so we would be hiring an outside company to be in compliance with the CLETS requirement. And again, that's how it made it onto the list, because we have not had it, but we need it to get into compliance with CLETS to finalize our remediation plan with them. The City Hall basement, second and third floor network replacements, which I believe is number 5. We redid the network on this floor during COVID because there was such a demand on doing remote meetings and in this room having all of you have connectivity. And so we spent a great deal of money and time upgrading all of these. We're also have a plan to institute the Vocast system that's at your dais here very soon based on our upgrades. But the same problems that we had in here exist on every other floor of this building, and we haven't touched them. And so that's why we put it on the list, because that all needs to be upgraded to match today's technology and make us in a more secure environment. The EOC upgrade. A city our size should have an emergency operations center. It does not. And so if we have a disaster, there is not a location today that any of us would go to convene to run the city of Fullerton. That site is actually the Public Works yard on West Commonwealth, and that building and its infrastructure has not been touched in decades. In fact, the last time we tried to open it during COVID, when COVID first hit, nothing worked. And so we needed to completely redo everything, and we actually bifurcated this process. We took the network upgrade for the Public Works yard because it supports the water network, and we put that on the water side and did a whole upgrade to the backbone of that building. And then we came to you for monies for the EOC because there is no other funding source to get us a fully operational emergency operations center. The next one down, sir, is the, on my list is the alerting system, or is that not part of the community center?
Community center.
So the community center has been a bit of a challenge. We have had several requests throughout this entire pandemic to have local elected officials hold meetings there. We also wanted to do some redistricting conversations there. None of the infrastructure in that building supports any of the operations that we're trying to do. We don't have the bandwidth and we don't have the security. That network is, in my opinion, very vulnerable, and we have shut down a majority of it to be safe. It also is a facility that gets rented out, and the community center personnel have made a request for additional cameras that were not on our original request to Wachter to allow them to have better visibility when they're doing rentals and monitoring payments that are taken in accordance with PCI. So that's what that request is related to. The same thing goes for the Fullerton Community Center upgrades. There's two pieces to that. We need to do the backbone like we did with Public Works, but there's a whole host of audiovisual needs in there that we cannot host. If you remember when we did the remote council meetings, it was an absolute nightmare and things failed. We're trying to bring it up to this level of 2022 technology. And as a result, they'll be able to rent out the facility to more venues and potentially get some revenue to come back in. But as it stands today, they don't like me very much because I say no to about every event that wants to go in there from the IT standpoint. Next is the CCTV system. That again is part of our original ask for Wachter. So this is one of those ones, sir, where we're going through, for example, we have a 7-month lead time on anything that we order as it relates to this, and so we're trying to get these things purchased in a quick way. So this dovetails onto the current CCTV upgrade system that we have going, or the project we have going on now. And is that it?
That's it.
That's it?
All right, very good. Any council members have any comments or any questions?
Just on if I may, on the community center AV system, I was there when the assembly member was hosting a housing event, and it wasn't nice. It was, I hate to say it, almost embarrassing to bring a handful of elected officials into the facility and not be able to have the modern technology. And I could see where we have that, we could get more rental and more use of it. So just to comment on that from what I saw. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any comments, sir?
Yes, as I look at these needs and understand, what we're looking for, they all sound like candidates to me to be funded through our reserves. And the reason I'm saying that is, what are reserves for? If they're always just sitting there or being accumulated not to be used at a key juncture like this, I think it could easily be handled through the city's reserves without leaning on ARPA for that.
Thank you, sir. Let's have Director Chang address that, or the city manager. Can these $2.3 million requests be handled through our reserves?
The reserves are at City Council's direction. The reserves were increased for fiscal year in 2021, so there is capacity there. So it would be, but if City Council would like to provide direction, I don't know if we can formally take approval to utilize reserves this evening, as there's no official agenda item.
Councilman Zara?
My question is, are there any grants, state or federal grants, that could be used to offset some of this cost, either to pay for it or offset the cost now or later on even?
Not that we're aware of that we could leverage at this point. When we can, we do much like we do with the roads, where we try to dovetail those into enterprise funds that support some of those operations. So we're always looking for ways. And again, why this became such an important topic was, one, all of our project timelines are being extended 7 months to get cameras installed. And so we want to get on the docket and get the order in. And two, our consultants have negotiated a pre-pandemic price that is lower than, it won't even be 15 to 20%. It will be more like 30 or 45%, because it'll be on what they intended to increase our prices before the pandemic. So really those two items push this to the forefront. And so at this point, we're not aware of any, but when we can, we utilize any other funding source to offset any of these costs that we bring to you.
From a procurement perspective, these projects have been evaluated for quite some time. So I understand from the public's perspective, they may look like rushed projects that are been added to this list. But the reality is there have been a great deal of IT needs, and these are kind of the type priorities right now. The IT division under the chief's direction has been kind of vetting and costing out the best pricing we can get at this time. So these, while they may look rushed, there's been a great deal of thought put into the request this evening.
Very well. Councilman Zara, do you have any other comments or questions, sir? So if we are looking at $2.3 million of ARPA funding for these necessary projects, I do concur with the Mayor Pro Tem that if there is an opportunity for us to address this through our reserves, that we go ahead and do that and leave this ARPA funding for another day. But obviously, this hasn't been agendized, so there is that concern. What I would like to know from our staff and our IT director / police chief is, what is the timeline for this? Are we already behind? Are we on time? What is the drop-dead deadline that we need to address this and fund this to keep the pricing range where we have it and keep these cost savings, sir?
We have until January 31st to get the purchase order issued to the vendor to order the stuff.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If we want to look at the reserve funds, I would say move this now, and any other items that we look at, maybe we can take them off the list and apply those to the reserves. So in essence, we can move this and also be on the lookout for other items that we can grab reserves from and kind of net it out that way.
How does that sound to you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, that would be a possibility, but it presupposes that we'll actually do that. The use of the reserves is an exceptional thing. As I look at these items, these are ongoing, regular replacements and upgrades, and there's something that we should always be working into regular budgets. And I understand this year our budget has come in ahead of projections in many areas, enough so that it may even threaten some of the ARPA funds additionally. So tonight I understood that we really weren't going to be making a commitment tonight.
So I think I have a solution to this that may work, but I'm going to need staff's direction on whether or not it can work. We will have our fellow council member back. We have interviews scheduled for city manager on the 29th, I believe, if that's correct.
Correct.
If we can have just this, available at that time, so we can then move forward with it or otherwise, and this meets within the deadline of our IT director and our police chief, can that be done?
One logistical issue with the 29th is the redistricting workshop is also that morning, and we'll need to broadcast that and we may have to broadcast this meeting at the same time.
No, I
So-
wouldn't do it in the morning. I think we have interviews scheduled already into
Yes.
mid-afternoon, so
Yes.
it'd be after
Yes,
that
if you do it
meeting.
after, yes, that would
Okay.
make your clerk very happy.
So
and
if that makes sense with everybody here, this will allow that council member to be here. We can have a full discussion on the matter, just this matter,
Yeah.
and move forward.
Just to clarify, I mean, would this be okay with Mayor Pro Tem? Because I think his concerns are not necessarily the absence of, on this particular thing, it's the cost, and not necessarily the absence
Understood.
of the council.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
It's the method of funding, really, is what my concern is on this. Yes.
So again, I would look to move this and then find, we can always, in fact, if reserves are under our jurisdiction, so at a later point, we can move 2.3 out of there into our general fund or to cover that. And I think, we can always do that at any meeting, because those funds are under our discretion and we can, do that. So I just want to get this out because, again, in some of these items, like they said, they have been there and we've made the chief wait on some of these because of all our pandemic and other issues. And I'd like to see just get this going and put the order in so we can get it ready by August.
Well, sir, I would recommend you make the motion. And if there's a
I'll
second
move
available-
these items highlighted in gray to address the IT, and then move those, and then bring the other stuff back at our next meeting.
Yeah, and that would be with also item 1 and 3
No,
and
it would be,
recommendations 1, 3, and 4. Is that what it is?
Yes, if possible, we would like to move a recommendation 1, 3, and 4, along with the gray highlighted items shown on screen this evening.
And so,
It,
can item 1 be moved out of the reserves? Right?
Be in favor of that.
All right, so is, do we
that-
move- So, can you clarify again? Yeah. Okay. All right, then I would move the items in.
yeah, and I will second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker.
No.
And Mayor Jung.
Aye, and I would expect staff to bring the revenue replacement from reserves for consideration at a future meeting. Thank you.
Okay, and that passes 3 in favor.
And our final item of the regular scheduled meeting, we do have 2 items on consent calendar that were pulled, whereas item number 20 is the annual review of rules and procedures and decorum for city council meetings. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. And hopefully we can make this a quick item. This is just the annual review of your rules of procedure and decorum for city council meetings. There are 2 proposed changes in this year's review. One is to update the language to reflect the new technology staff has implemented to register speakers and the hopefully upcoming, now you've passed it, VoteCast equipment that will be coming later this year. And also, we updated the language, putting the practice into policy of the consent calendar items and how the public addresses those. The public can now, as proposed in the resolution, make their comments either at the dais during the public comment session, rather than have to wait till the end of the item and pull the item to make their comments. And then council will still have the discretion. They think it requires pulling it. You could do that with further discussion later in the meeting.
Okay, we'll now hear public comment on this item.
And we have a couple of hands raised. Jane Reifer, you should be able to unmute.
I wanted to hear just a little bit more first, but maybe I can just ask questions as part of my comments. First is, I hear that there's new registration technology. I don't understand that, so if that could be explained, since I'm a person who either attends in person or by Zoom, so I don't know if it's both ways. And I know that the fact that we're attending virtually for the next 2 weeks is probably not part of this item, or maybe you can tell me what aspect of that is. And then two things regarding the consent calendar items. It's unclear as to whether the public would be able to make public comments during an item that the city council had pulled to discuss. But also, I really would like to have the opportunity for members of the public to pull consent calendar items when necessary. Sometimes we may have more time than others on an issue that is of concern to us, and we might dig down deep and find some very useful information that the council should have in mind as they discuss the item. There may be things the public can synthesize, things the public is aware of that maybe weren't on the radar and so forth. So I don't know if we're legally entitled to be able to pull a consent calendar item, but certainly I would think in the spirit of public engagement that the public would still maintain that right or opportunity or privilege, whatever it's called. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next comment.
And Todd Harrison, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you. And as you said, my name is Todd Harrison. I could not locate online the draft resolution you will be voting on, but I'm working from the text of last year's resolution. I have to assume this is meant to be the time you'll be considering Mr. Mayor's plan to move the non-agenda public comments to the end of the agenda from its present location. I don't have much to say if the comments are going to stay at the front. Could you tell me, is this on the agenda or in this item?
We'll certainly answer that question for you, Mr. Harrison. Thank you.
Assuming it is, I'll put my position to you simply. Do not do so. No one is claiming the present schedule does not have problems, but shoving all the comments to the metaphorical back of the bus will only make them worse. Both the council and the commenters will be all the more short-tempered and tired. You don't like the level of incivility you have now? Try it late at night. A late night public comment period will just weed out those with important, useful things to discuss and leave the time to only the most dedicated harassers of this council. Though in principle not about agenda items, much said at public comments and in the council replies to those comments does bear on and affect the regular agenda items you decide later the same night. Open public comments belong on the agenda at the start of the night, not the end. This trouble with being able to comment via Zoom tonight has shown an aspect of the issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment.
And caller with phone number ending 9894 should be able to unmute.
Hello, this is Diane Venna. I want to reiterate what I said in an email to all of you. I disagree with the proposal to change how the consent calendar items are pulled to only allow members of council to do so. Even if we have a council that's willing to pull items that have been requested, by redlining and removing the part that allows individuals and organizations to do so, that means possibly they're not going to be pulled. And consent calendar items are, even though it's stated that consent calendar items are routine, that is not always the case. And unless the public is allowed to pull items and for them to be discussed and voted on separately from the other items, many things of importance would not be allowed the public discussion needed. So it's not just, to have it, it's to give a bigger fuller understanding to the public. That's why they're asking for it to be pulled, and they see it as something important or something that they need to know. So I would request that that part be left alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment.
And Jane Rands looks like she is the last hand raised, and you can unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, this is Matt Leslie. I'm sorry, it's coming up under Jane Rand's name, so please don't blame her for my comments. If in fact the council is considering moving public comments to the end of the meeting, I think that's tantamount to essentially inviting people not to make public comments. I mean, honestly, some of these meetings go to, midnight, and I don't think that people want to comment at that point. So you're essentially saying to the public, thanks, but no thanks. Although I do understand the council's dilemma in having to delay business for as many as an hour or two sometimes. I'm going to suggest that you split the difference. Why not dedicate something like half an hour in the beginning of the meeting to public comments? And then say, all right, whoever we didn't hear from after half an hour, we'll hear from at the end of the meeting. You could even, if you wanted to focus, require maybe or allow a certain number of people to speak on a certain topic just to try to make it fair in some way. But that's what I would offer to try to give you some sort of compromise on the issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leslie. Any other comments? All right, we'll bring this back to council. Let me address Mr. Harrison's concern and Mr. Leslie's concern about public comments being moved to the end of the meeting. That is not something that I'm willing to consider. I think public comments are fine where they are. With regards to consent calendar, the reason why we are talking about this is right now, currently, we are circumventing a vital process in our elected democracy, which is the public associating and addressing their concerns to council members. And what I would like with the consent calendar, because we don't, council members here, I don't mean to tell you how the sausage is made, but we don't agendize or have anything to do with the consent calendar in terms of what is on it. We see it after the fact, and that's why we have the opportunity to pull it. So those in the public that want to pull consent calendar items, when you see the agenda and you see the items, my suggestion is that you contact your elected council member, and like Mr. Zara did this evening, and I'm sure that I would have done the same, is that we will pull those items and have a meaningful discussion, allow public comment to happen on those items accordingly. But it is meant for efficiency, which right now, the current process, which wasn't the case, even some of us long in the tooth remember a time, and Councilman Silva and I spoke about this, where the public could not pull consent calendar items. I didn't recall the public saying that they had an issue with that then. So the fact that folks have an issue with it now seems a little premature. So I think this is a good way to make sure that folks have an opportunity to speak with their elected official, address their concerns, and allow us to make those decisions accordingly. Thank you. Any other comments from council? Go ahead, sir. Mr. Zara.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm always in favor of adding giving the public more flexibility in engagement, and so I wouldn't really be in favor of removing the ability of anybody from the general public from pulling a consent calendar item. Sometimes not everybody has immediate access to us, and I think this provides an opportunity for people to come in and be able to pull something. I know that we're looking at efficiency, but we're also doing the people's work, and I think the public is paramount in their ability to express their views, and this would be us taking away something just for our own convenience, and I'd rather not see that. So I wouldn't be supportive of this this change. I also would like to ask. If the clerk could clarify the new process that we're updating, because I think there was a question about what this new technology is that
on the speaker registration, we've essentially gone to electronically putting names into a queue instead of collecting speaker forms. So we've just taken speaker forms and made it a little more generic. So whatever practice we decide to use in the future, we aren't tied into speaker forms necessarily. We can go more electronic.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. No. Any other comments? No.
All right, very good. Councilman Silva.
Yeah, no, I mean, typically, I wouldn't want to prevent public from commenting on any items. And I know that in the past, when we weren't allowing the public to pull items, they would, in essence, at the dais here, when they were speaking, they would request a council member to pull an item, and whenever, as I recall, whenever that happened, if it wasn't me, somebody else would say, let's pull item so-and-so, even if it was at the last minute here at the council chamber. So I don't see that stopping the comments from coming through. And on those public forums, I know there was a time too where they had to fill a form out, and we would call them, and they were numbered, and it was a little more orderly. And I think we got away from that, which we want to give everyone a chance to speak. But I think having that process, and as I think as we said, Mayor, having some sort of registration will also allow us to reach out to the members to say, to further address the issue if need be. So, I don't think we're eliminating the public's ability to pull a consent item. It'll just be a little more formal. So, I don't see that as withholding public comments.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, any comments, sir?
I do have concerns with shuffling this way. I made a few attempts myself as mayor last year, and I didn't really receive very substantial support from the council in terms of trying to increase the efficiency of the meetings. So not sure it can be accomplished without probably more damage than good coming out of it.
All right. That said, I will move this item forward and make the motion to do so.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker.
No.
And Mayor Jung.
Aye.
So it fails 2-2.
I'd like to make a substitute motion, I guess.
Sure.
That we move this item but we keep the consent calendar pulling as is.
Any will to second that? Very good. I think without a councilman here, we are deadlocked on this issue. I would expect staff to please bring this back next meeting, and we'll find a formal solution to this one way or the other. That said, that ends our regularly scheduled agenda. We are going back to item number 6 that was pulled by our Councilman Zara, and that is the council meeting start time change. So let me go ahead and advise the public that this is starting earlier. I've taken a lot of input from our council members here and recognize that our closed session, we go fairly early on that. So many times, today included, we'll start closed session items at 4 o'clock. And I'm not willing to go any earlier than that, as discussed with fellow council members. What I'm seeking here is to make sure that we start the regular agenda at 5:30. And I think that is not a heavy ask, especially when we are just trying to get an hour of time in. And the thing that I point to is we've had numerous budget discussions here, which is a very important item of discussion, and the discourse has had midnight. And I just don't think that lends itself to public participation. I think if we can have that discussion at 10:30, 9 o'clock, the public is way more inclined to participate. I agree with Matt Leslie, who commented earlier, saying that public comments at the end, you're almost inviting folks not to participate at all. That's what we're trying to avoid here, to make sure that our public has an opportunity to participate in their elected democracy. And I think by making these meetings earlier by an hour, I think we save the opportunity to make sure that folks are able to comment and tell us what is on their mind and what they expect us to vote on it accordingly. So that's the impetus of this. I hope we have some common ground and understanding on the matter. And I will invite council comments or questions accordingly.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, please.
I pulled this item because I do have some concerns about the timing, 5:30, and I appreciate what you're trying to do, and I certainly it would be always nice to leave a little early and have these discussions not to go too far into the night. But the concern is that the 5:30 is when people leave work. So people are either on their way back home or leaving work, and so or they're trying to have dinner. So I think again to allow the maximum participation by public, I think 6:30 is an appropriate time. There's also an issue with the fact that we may be scheduling some study sessions, and those. Again, those tend to be a little earlier, and we see from this that there is no public participation at all, or barely any, because again of the timing of it. Now these are study sessions, so one can justify that there's no major decisions being made at that time, but to have items that we are making decisions on. Earlier, I think may compromise people's ability to come in and have that participation. And if we, for us, we have made this commitment to come in and make this and to stay through the night. And if we have to be more efficient, then maybe we should be considering lighter agendas, or maybe looking at how to facilitate that a little bit better so that we don't stay too late.
Understood. Councilman Silva, any comments, sir?
Should we go to public first, and then I can?
If you'd like.
Yeah. I'd see if
Very
there's any
good.
public comments.
Do we have public comments on this matter?
We
Madam City
do.
Clerk?
Todd Harrison, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you. I was going to ask to have this item pulled earlier when I had the chance, but Councilman Zara did so for me. And as it turns out, for much the same reasons, I was going to ask for a chance to comment on it. I've come to know many groups and individuals that speak before this council, and many would be challenged by an earlier start. Anyone with a full-time day job, parents with children to pick up from school, and others will all find it harder to be here at an earlier time. I urge you not to make it more difficult for them to have a voice here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment.
And caller, if I unmute myself, 9894, you should be allowed to unmute.
Hello, this is Diane Venna. I'm going to mirror a lot of what Councilman Zara said, and also what I emailed to all of you. I'm completely against the proposed time change for the start of city council meetings. It is already very difficult for many working people and people with families to come to city council meetings that begin at 6:30. This will only make it more difficult or impossible for them. Also, because study sessions will begin even earlier than they do, many people will find it impossible to attend at all, the ones who can now. The purpose of open city council meetings protected by the Brown Act is so that city business is carried out transparently and in the public with public input. Public attendance and involvement should be of the utmost importance and the deciding factor, not ending meetings earlier. No one likes really late meetings, I'll admit that, but I'm sorry, I strongly believe public attendance and participation are more important. And by asking people to show up late, they're going to miss public comments, they're going to miss consent calendar items, they're going to miss really important things if they show up at all. And so this is a democracy. We need to have public attendance and involvement, and the Brown Act protects transparency in what you do, and people need to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment.
No other speakers.
Good. We'll bring this back to council. Councilman Silva.
Yes, no, and this was also a concern to me because I do remember, and again, this, I think, Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker, you may have been around, or maybe on Planning Commission, but there was a point when we did start our meetings earlier, and my wife Sharon and the former supervisor Sean Nelson were having a hard time getting here earlier, and then at that time they moved the meetings to a later point to accommodate not only the general public that was working to get here, but also them to be able to get here. So I do understand that if we move it earlier, we may be preventing some people or rushing people in here. So I was thinking maybe we compromise and we start them at 6. With the hard fact that we take the 10 minutes we usually have for council comments and put those at the end. That saves us 10 minutes up front. And then keep any items that were pulled at the end also, so that we can get the major business done within the, hopefully before midnight window. And then we do have any study sessions, again, start those at 5 or 5:30. But again, I would see if we could start at 6 and try that and see how it goes, because you're right. I don't want to be discussing these important items at midnight, but I also understand that sometimes we need to pile or carry a heavy agenda because of things need to be done. So in the spirit of compromise, I guess, I know you had requested at 5:30, but maybe we split the difference, do it at 6, with the understanding that we're going to be moving council comments and pull agenda items to the end, because I do recall there was a few times where we were speaking to pull items before, and even if it was 10, 20, 30 minutes, that was 10, 20, 30 minutes that would have reduced, that would have helped us get to the regular items. So I would offer that compromise if, Mayor, if you're willing to take that.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sure you have comments on this, sir.
Well, it's not my personal preference to make that change, but I do believe the chair of the meeting, in this case the mayor, should be provided some latitude in the operation of the meetings. So in that regard, I would be happy to support what your preference would be on this, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Zara, Councilman, you've got further comments?
Yeah, I don't know if, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if 30 minutes is going to really make a big difference as far as us staying later or not. The idea is to allow ample time for people to go to their homes, drop off the kids, give them a little food, and then come to council. So to the extent where, 6:30 has been tested, people are used to this, and I think we should just keep it this way. As far as how the council decorum goes, it is at the discretion of the mayor. If he wants to push, the council comments to the end, that's certainly fine. If we have a heavy agenda, we can do that, certainly. If it's not, I prefer to have it earlier, because that way we can actually address the public. A lot of people end up leaving before we actually make our comments. But that we can determine that based on how heavy it is. But at this point, I really don't think we should, make any changes that are so significant like this. Thank you.
Duly noted, sir. Just so our public has an understanding, neighboring cities, Santa Ana, it's 5 o'clock is when they start. Anaheim, 5 o'clock. Buena Park, 5 o'clock. Irvine, 4 o'clock. And I don't see any members of their city banging on the door for them to be more transparent or offer more ample time. I think this is a good compromise, but obviously we are missing a council member, and I think his voice is important on this issue, and I would afford that courtesy to all of you. So, and I have. So I would continue this until the next meeting when he has a capacity to be here, and we'll have the robust discussion then. And last item that was pulled by Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker was item number 14, right, sir?
You had a comment to make.
Yes, a little anticlimactic at this point, but I wanted to call attention to, and also be distressed a little bit by the change in what's always been a CAFR, now is an annual comprehensive financial report, an ACFR, not quite as easy as CAFR, right? So I'm not sure where that change initiated, but that's pretty standard now among, wow.
It was actually a Governmental Accounting Standards Board requirement, which was implemented for fiscal year 2021.
Wow, it's been CAFR forever. I wanted to comment on the nature of this CAFR. I'll persist in calling it that until I'm slapped or something. And the thoroughness of this, which I imagine some of the additional detail and thoroughness has also been required by regulations. It's the most complete and actually contains a great deal, something that I'll still be studying for a while and may have commentary on it later. But I do want to commend the staff on putting this together. It's got to be a bigger job all the time. I did want to call attention to one factor toward the back, though, and maybe ask a question on it, which is in the notes, really, which are the most important thing, where the accounting firm kind of expresses sometimes red flags things. This is not a red flag, but what I wanted to do was call attention to internal control over financial reporting, which is in the center of that page. It doesn't really have a page number, the last page, actually. And they explain that in planning and performing the audit of the financial statements, they considered the city's internal control over financial reporting, internal control, as a basis for designing the audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances for the purpose of expressing their opinions on the financial statements, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the city's internal control. Accordingly, we do not express an opinion on the effectiveness of the city's internal control. It explains in the next paragraph certain deficiencies in control and explains the difference between a significant deficiency or a combination of deficiencies. And then at the end, they have their disclaimer, but the very last sentence there is, however, material weaknesses may exist that have not been identified. And I was just going to ask that, at least in your experience, Ms. Chang, or also in our city manager's experience, which is substantial, has it ever been desirable to expand an audit in the direction of assessing internal controls, and have you been part of that?
I've actually, when I used to audit, we actually did additional internal control reviews. So it is something that I'm not familiar with other agencies having requested them, but it would be at City Council's discretion if that's the direction that you would like us to go. That would be an additional scope of work that we would need to engage our audit firm to perform. And the areas of internal controls would need to be kind of probably narrowed down by City Council as to what particular areas they would like the auditors to evaluate.
Mm-hmm. I'm not really expressing an opinion that I think that's necessary at this point, but in the private sector, very much this would be, I'd say, a very important additional consideration, usually. How about you, Mr. City Manager, anything?
Yeah, I don't remember this issue coming up in my other cities during my tenure as city manager.
Yeah,
and my point is that it's led to certain surprises of a negative nature in other cities, and the oft-used example is City of Bell, right? But in this case, this is more a measure, and it's a communication to the council, to legislative body, on the effectiveness of internal controls, which there can develop numerous problems in the absence of effective controls.
As part of the normal external financial audit, external controls are kind of heavily evaluated, and the auditors do present in the additional reports that will be in prior years submitted to City Council any recommendations that are identified with respect to controls, and those are always relayed to City Council.
And I've read in CAFRs in the past sometimes fairly scathing comments in that area in terms of inadequate internal controls. In this case, they kind of deferred and punted the thing for the most part, and of course they weren't really engaged to develop that opinion or that expression. But I thought that was something that's worth discussing, and I did want to ask those questions. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I would move approval of the item.
I'll second.
And if I may just quick comment, Mr. Mayor?
Of course.
Just on that note, if you look at the sentence above, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem, they do say that given these limitations, during our audit, we did not identify any deficiencies in internal control that we considered to be material weakness.
Right.
So that's kudos
to
to her there. Congratulations. And in the case of Bell, they had a corrupt council and city manager, and so.
Yeah, I'm not drawing a comparison with Bell.
I know,
certainly.
so hopefully you're not, but
But I am talking about the desirability sometimes in an audit of even getting that feedback and whether or not that might be something we'd consider in the future.
Anyway, so no material weaknesses. Good job.
This is a receive and file, so Mr. Mayor, you can just,
We'll
at
go
your
ahead and do
discretion.
that. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Finally, we will end on council comments. We'll just go left to right, if you don't mind. Councilman Silva, you have any comments?
Well, yeah, everyone, Happy New Year, and I hope everyone had a great time, and I am looking forward to hopefully 2023 when we have our first night back. And again, I want to thank staff and everyone for adjusting to our new numbers, COVID numbers that went up and making all this happen. And thank you for being here. And everyone, it's 9:30, holy smoke. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I will defer to the next meeting report. I do have to concur with Councilmember Zara that it is very unfulfilling to make our council comments at this point, but sure, that's all.
Yeah, no, I have nothing to comment other than I want to wish that we have, of everyone, that we have a better year this year and that we continue doing the people's business. And I want to thank staff, especially those who work during the holidays. So kudos to you. Thank you.
And finally, two things of note. One thing of reminder. SB 9, I want to make sure that that gets on the agenda, please, for the next meeting so we can have a full, robust discussion on the matter in a non-urgent form. We were absent when this happened, so my condolences to members of the Raider Nation for the passing of coaching legend John Madden. Madden, synonymous with football. Coach once reminded a reporter that the only thing he learned from losing was how to lose. California has extended the indoor mask mandate until February 15th. With the recent alarming COVID numbers in Orange County, I think that's a wise thing to do. I encourage all residents to get vaxxed, get boosted, get the flu shot. But a word of caution to our county representative in particular. If government's going to require the public to conform to rules and regulations, it should at least give them the basic tools to be in compliance. There is no reason why members of our public should have such difficulty obtaining rapid COVID tests at a local level. But I assure you folks, in Fullerton, help is on the way. Residents can log on to covidtest.gov and order free rapid tests as of today from the federal government and have them mailed to their home. So every household can obtain up to 4 free tests, and I urge all residents to log on and get these tests. That's one more step to getting this in our rearview mirror, hopefully. So with that said, I will close the meeting. We will look forward to seeing you at our next agendized scheduled meeting at, what is that, February 1st, right? Chinese Lunar New Year.